Hey, doctor. Since I'm looking at side chat right now, you can ask me whatever. No one's in here. There is no topic. Philosophy. That's it. Open to all questions. You want to join link, or I can drag you into the call if you want. Mm-mm-mm. Yes, Van, I do. Let me pull this up. Hold up. And I'll read it to you. Let me see. If I can find it. I have so much stuff in this computer. Uh, so that downloads. Let me see. I could have swore I had that saved. This is probably on the study. Hmm. Oh, here it is. Okay. Wrote down PowerPoints. Okay, I'll share it. I'll share it on here, Van. Okay. Present to everyone. All right. On paper. Okay, full screen. Okay, Egyptology, originally expected to support the history recorded in the Old Testament, has produced a chronology that contradicts the Bible. This so-called traditional Egyptian chronology would have the pyramids predate the flood of Noah, the flood of Noah's day. Such cannot be the case, for pyramids could never withstand the worldwide flood, and the traditional Egyptian chronology is used to evaluate archaeological findings. Landmark events such as the mass exodus of the Hebrew people from Egypt appear. to have left no evidence. Such discrepancies between traditional Egyptian chronology and the Bible are used to attack the Bible's historical accuracy. Instead of simply assuming the accuracy of the traditional Egyptian chronology and modifying the Bible, people should carefully examine traditional chronology to see if it is as reliable as some claim it to be. Now, I'm reading, but we'll go to, I guess I should just keep reading. Though, though traditional Egyptian chronology dominates modern understanding of ancient history, traditional chronology is inconsistent with the Bible. When there is a discrepancy between traditional chronology and the Bible's chronology, scholars usually ignore the Bible. Though many claim that traditional chronology is indisputable, a close look at the chronology, how many times am I going to say chronology, reveals its shaky foundation. Dr. Renee Grognard of the University of Sydney says it is important to show the weakness or errors in our understanding of a theory in order to leave our minds mm, our minds free. I got a phone call. Look. All right. Uh, I left off. All right. Where did I leave off? Well, I'll just start here. It is important to show the weaknesses or errors in our understanding of a theory in order to leave our minds free to think of a more acceptable alternative. Before exploring an acceptable alternative to traditional Egyptian chronology, this chapter will show some of the errors it is built on. Traditional, hold on, okay. Traditional Egyptian chronology is built on Menethel's history and Sothic theory. In the 3rd century BC, Menethil compiled a list of pharaohs and the links of their reigns. The Sothic cycle theory assigns familiar calendar dates to those reigns. However, both Menethil's history and Sothic theory have flaws that make them an unreliable foundation for chronology. Menethil's history, Ptolemy II commissioned a priest named Menethil to compile a history of Egypt. Traditional Egyptian chronology bases its outlines of Egyptian dynasties on Menethil's history. See the chart. Now, I'll pull up the chart. Oh, man. Let me see if I can find the chart. Mm, I might just have to pull up the page I had it on. Hold up. Oh, it looks fine to me, Van. From what I'm looking at on the screen, it looked pretty good. Let me see if I can find the web page. I think I did it on this one. Mm-mm. Nope, I did it on this one. Basically, Van, if you're still listening, Mateo's chronology was done off of Pharaoh's reigns. That's why I was reading off of it for to make sure I got it completely right. Mateo's history is also inconsistent with contemporary Egyptian sources. Professor J.H. Breasted, author of History of Egypt, calls Manetho's history a late, careless, and uncritical compilation, which can be proven wrong from the contemporary monuments in the vast majority of cases where such documents have survived. Manetho's interpretation of each variation in spelling as a different king creates numerous non-existent generations. Because Manetho's history contradicts actual Egyptian records from the time of the pharaohs, historians should not consider Manetho's history authoritative. Now, the Sothic cycle is basically based on the 1,460 years where this cycle of what was it? Something about the something about the Nile. I'll just read it. The Sothic cycle. Edward Meyer created the Sothic cycle in 1904 to give Egypt a unified calendar that aligns Egyptian regional or regional. Nah, it can't be regional. Regnal years with modern historians. BC dates. Historians combine the Sothic cycle dates with Manetho's history to get traditional Egyptian dates. Meyer proposed that the Egyptian calendar, having no leap year, fell steadily behind until it corrected itself during the year of the rising of Sothis. The theory says the Egyptians knew that 1,460 years were necessary for the calendar to correct itself because the annual sunrise appearance of the star Sirius corresponded to the first day of Egypt's flood season. Only only once every 1,400 years, basically 1,460 years, Sothic theory claims that the Egyptian calendar was correct. Only once every 1,460 years, like a broken watch, that is correct twice a day, and that the Egyptians dated important events from the Great Sothic year. In reality, there is no evidence for this Sothic cycle in ancient Egypt. Now, the Sothic, the Sothic cycle is not reliable because it is based on contradictory starting points, has little historical support. 7. Meyer had to depend on later non Egyptian writers to establish a starting point for his calculations. And those sources are contradictory. Caesarianus, a 3rd century Roman writer, and Theon, a 4th century Alexandrian astronomer, give different starting points according to Caesarianus. The Great Sothic year occurred in AD 140, but according to Theon, it occurred in 26 BC. Meyer subtracted multiples of 1,460 years from AD 140 and proposed 4,240 BC as a total certain date for the establishment of Egypt's civil calendar. The Sothic cycle finds little historical support. History gives no hint. And I'll link this to you too, man, if you're still there. History gives no hint that the Egyptians regularly dated important events from the rising of Sothis. The 2nd century astronomer Claudius Ptolemy never mentions the rising of Sothis. Furthermore, whenever Egyptian writings mention the rising of Sothis in connection with a regnal year, the pharaoh is unnamed or the reference is ambiguous. For these reasons, many Egyptologists have constantly rejected Sothic cycle-based chronology. Discrepancies. Whenever two chronologies I can't speak. Disagree, whatever. Chronologies disagree, at least one must be wrong. Traditional Egyptian chronologies. That's what, wow. Trying to say too much. Traditional Egyptian chronology dispute the Hebrew chronology recorded in the Bible, as well as secular data from neighboring nations, as Damian Mackey summarized in his thesis. The value of any one nation's absolute chronology must ultimately depend on its ability to integrate ability to integrate with all known data from other regions as well. It would be useless to establish a complete system of chronology that can exist only in isolation, but that cannot stand up to scrutiny by comparison with other systems. For the Sothic scheme of Egyptian chronology to be valid, just as for Mesopotamian, Palestinian, Greek, or Anatolian chronologies to be valid, it is necessary for each period of Egyptian history to be capable of perfect alignment with any relevant period of history of one or another ancient nation. This is most especially true in the case of Egyptian history, because the historians of other nations tend to look to Egyptian chronology as the rule according to which they estimate and adjust their own chronologies. Emphasis added. All right, last one. Traditional dates for Egyptian pyramids predate Noah's flood. And I should be showing you the chart. See chart. Since the pyramids could not have survived a global flood, some people question the reliability of the Bible's chronology. Others use traditional dates for the pyramids to support the idea that Noah's flood was a local flood that did not affect Egypt. The pyramids do not come with labels declaring their dates, and the traditional dates used for them create a uh, dang, irreconcilable discrepancy with the Bible. I can't read that word. Anyways, I got that. I know I got that bookmarked right here somewhere. Uh, but basically, Van, there's more. Bottom line is the most thing I could say to you, or the best thing I could say to you is there's more to study on before you just toss out the Bible's timeline and the the Egyptians timeline. There's more to look into. There is no you know, oh, this doesn't add up. This just doesn't add up because there's plenty of more information out here that's going against the timeline of Egypt. So can't believe I don't have that saved somewhere. But I can Google it and I will. Should land me right back at the same spot. Okay. Okay. And yes, my source is Answers in Genesis. Uh, oh, here it is. Now, they brought up something. You can disregard that all you want. Oh, Answers in Genesis. I'm not gonna look into it just because of that, and you'll be cheating yourself because they mark names of people that are doing these studies and everything. So I wouldn't cheat myself, man. There you go. They got charts and everything. Hmm. They 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 actually they they give they give you their sources, man. And I'm pretty sure they are Egyptologists. Uh, what was this one dude's name here? You got Damian Mackey. You got uh, you got Meyer. I think Meyer is yeah, he's a Sothic cycle guy. I mean, since you did all your study, is this new to you? It shouldn't be new to you if you studied up on it. And you could join the room too, Van, if you want. Thanks for coming by too. I plan on opening my room a lot more, man. I'm tired of seeing the same rooms over and over and over again. With basically nothing going on. There's no progress going on anywhere. Just, I disagree and blah blah blah. No one's bringing forth evidence. All right, I'll add you. All right. And yes, I said that, Lolly. DD's this, DD's that. Deaf, dumb F of the year. Over and over and over every day. Vote for him. Vote for this. Vote for that. I want Ronnie to come in here. I want people to start. I want to hear some people actually uh stand up for their name. Keep hearing people just get ragged on. Uh and the man. Of course it's not finding you on here. Fan he if he spaced it out. I mean, it's enough. It's enough for that stuff, man. We're not we're not getting any younger here. People claim they want to hear the truth. Let's hear the truth. And Van there, that's why I can't add you. Your name is all not spaced together. There we are. Here, I added you. Yeah, I want to hear your research and if you knew about all of this. Come on in. All right. Hey, Van.
Hello.
Okay, what am I telling? Am I telling you anything new?
None of that is extremely new, and I don't by any means put myself forth as a expert in this. I do have some basic knowledge on this. What I would suggest is in any of these situations, if the only place that you're really hearing about these chronologies, such as you're putting forth, are on creationist websites, why aren't you finding that information with Egyptologists?
like I said, like I said before, I haven't double checked their sources, but they at least mark their sources for their claims. Now, I'm not a young Earth creationist, but you know, I'm not just led by whatever they say. What I'm saying is, I put up here, I basically Googled Egyptian chronology and looked into it, and I seen their interpretation and their sources that they're coming up with that adds up to the I think we don't know anything about time really. So it could be young earth or not, but we can look into these sources that they're pulling up here. Let me see if I can find one of their names real quick.
Now, the
Yeah,
website that you linked up
it's
there does give is a young Earth creationist website,
of
to the point
course.
where it gives hard dates. 4004 BC was creation. 2348 BC was Noah's flood.
Hmm.
The problem is that we actually have documentation both in Egypt and in other places such as China and South America and other eastern India that covers the entire stretch of the flood, pre and post, with no interruption.
Okay. Now, can you post your Your links?
It's fairly easy to find. Here, let me see if I can just find something for you.
All right. Because I'm coming to new information saying that we have written history millions of years old. So
What?
yeah. So therefore, when did the Bible? When did the first day occur? And when did all of this stuff occur? Just because it's written in the scripture doesn't mean the first day was such and such thousand years ago.
Near as I have never heard anyone claim millions of years for writing.
Yep. Well, that's new news, and I'm looking into that, so I'm not gonna bring it forth.
The oldest
Remember, I linked you
modern
that
humans
video.
have existed for about 1,000,000 years.
Now, this whole prehistoric thing, Van, there's probably more stuff that we haven't even found. You know how many
I'm sure there is.
You know how many,
There's a link for the timeline of Indian history.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. And Lally, you can join too if you want. Anyone is able to join here, but a few people. Okay, you're linking me to Wikipedia. You know that's suspect.
Why is it suspect?
I mean, it's not trusted.
Why is it not trusted?
By anyone? Basically, you can't just say this is trustworthy, man. Would you?
Why do you not think it? Yes, I do. Why do you think it's not trustworthy?
Nobody uses Wikipedia for reliable sources.
If you go to Wikipedia, you'll see those little blue numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Those are links to articles. What Wikipedia is a summarization, and it gives you links to the individual websites or the individual papers.
Okay. Let me see here.
Generally speaking, the only people that don't really support Wikipedia are conspiracy theorists and, well, honestly, young Earth creationists.
I heard this from an atheist, I think.
Who?
I can't recall. Right off the jump.
I
forgot who it was, but he told me never use Wikipedia.
You never want to use Wikipedia for a scholarly article or for a citation, but we're not doing a scholarly article here. We're talking.
Yeah.
And this is a good summarization.
I mean, of course you're going to, go with your claim. But
and each one of those things has got those little blue numbers that links you to a citation at the bottom.
Okay, 5,000. Let's see. Timeline Indian history. It links me right back to Wikipedia. This is a timeline of Indian history comprising important legal and territorial changes and political events in India and its predecessor states. To read about the background to these events, see History of India. So click on that. History of India.
No, go with the timeline of Indian history. Go with that page.
Okay. So basically, we're getting more history about the Earth being older.
Well, we have a pretty good consensus that the Earth itself is 4.54 billion years old. What we're talking about now is that's fairly non-controversial. What we're talking about now is simply timelines of civilizations.
Mm-hmm.
And
go ahead.
We've got timelines of the Vedic civilization around 1500 BCE. We've got the Harappan in 26th century before and BC. We've got the Mohenjo-Daro in 27 BC, the Indus Valley civilization in 35 BC.
What are these findings? What, skulls? Body parts?
Well, let's go to for example, the Indus Valley civilization,
Hold
which
up.
lasted from
I'm still on
about
India.
3300 to 1300 BC.
Which one is this?
The Indus Valley civilization,
Indus.
which if you'll scroll down, it's about 35th century BC.
Hold up. You're seeing. Oh, okay. Now I see what you're saying. 90th century.
No, go further.
60th. Okay. Which one?
About 35th.
35th BC. Okay.
The Indus Valley civilization.
Okay. I see it.
Now, if you'll click on that link, it'll take you to a much more detailed page, which goes about the discovery and the history of excavation, which has citations for it. Chronology, which has citations for it.
Okay, I'm looking at this excavation.
That's why they think it happened in those years, is those little blue numbers, the citations.
That's why they think what happened.
That's the reason they can date these to those years. They go into much more detail on that in the little blue numbers.
I mean, what? Yeah, I want to see. I definitely have to do my research on these, and I need to find their findings and their writings. Are there writings at all?
Oh, well, let's see. I know that the Vedic scripts predate the Bible.
Everything I think hold up. There was a scroll found, a silver scroll found on somebody's, well, not on their dead body, but it was something that they carried. And that was like the oldest writings of the Bible. And that was, I forgot what it was dated. It was definitely Old Testament times. So it was before Christ. It was, let me see if I can find that scroll without just saying it.
And it's looking like they had an Indus script, or at least potential. They are looking into it. Have not come to any conclusions on it.
See, do you see what I'm saying though? I mean, just for you backing this up or bringing up this claim, that still goes with what I'm saying.
What do you mean?
What I'm saying is, we don't know when the scripture was wrote, and we don't know when these events happened.
We have a pretty good idea
when was
when
the first day. Like how can we say this was the first day that God wrote about?
Well, if you use the actual timelines given in the Bible, it goes to that. It gives you the days. And if you're going to be, as the Answers in Genesis is, a biblical literalist, they're not day age creationists. They're not old earth creationists. They say if the Bible says a day, it means a 24-hour day. So if you're going to use them as your source, that you're kind of locked into that.
Well, I'm definitely a literalist when it comes to the scripture.
In which case, you would say that the first day was 4004 BC.
I wouldn't say all that.
If you're going to be a literalist,
I don't think you have to go with that. I don't think you have to go with that to be a literalist. Because how long did, Noah and them? Of course, we got their background written down and all that, but still. And I will stick by that. Even if it comes out on the end that I'm a young earther, I don't care. Because a lot of this archaeology stuff can be definitely falsified, or we don't know we just don't know exactly.
Well, and
how do you
when you say
know?
Exactly, we don't. Historians don't go with exact. They go with ranges.
Yeah.
And in many cases, they're able to get it down to a pretty tight range.
There we go. We got a scroll. I'll link it to you. All right. But yeah, I'm listening to you, and I'm not. It's not like I'm subject to not accept your evidence. but the oldest scroll we have is right here. I'll link it to you. That's just a picture, I think, but it tells you what it's about.
It's about 650 BC.
650 BC. This silver plaque and another silver plaque found next to it are the earliest known fragments of a biblical text, predating the oldest of the Dead Sea Scrolls from Qumran by almost 400 years. Inscribed in Paleo Hebrew and rolled up into tiny scrolls, both plaques served as protective amulets for the dead and were uncovered in a burial cave at Katif Hinnom. The inscriptions were written in the cursive style by a non-professional scribe. So that's the oldest text that we have for the scripture, I would say. One of
That's
them.
the oldest currently found.
Yeah.
And we believe it's the actual the Pentateuch, for example. We believe was older than that.
Now, Van, let me ask you this: if the Earth is 4.5 billion years, and we're still basically above water, you're attributing this to what, volcanoes and earthquakes? And
I'm sorry, you'll have to say that again. There's a little bit of static.
how are we still above water if the ocean hasn't eroded the land? I know you say what, earthquakes, the shift of the earth plates and stuff. What's going on to keep, why is it still keeping us above water?
Well, we're actually on a solid plate. We're not floating on water. We're on tectonic plates.
Mm-hmm.
And the tectonic plate we are on is above the sea level.
Okay.
All
But
the continents are on tectonic.
Don't you think erosion would have taken place pretty bad? Like, wouldn't?
Well, erosion does take place, but there's also what they call oh crap shoot, it's where new land comes up. I'm blanking on the name. But there is erosion, and there's also new
layers coming up.
Layers is the wrong word, but there's new land being created.
Yeah. Now, if we look at the work of like Andrew Snelling and stuff, he's a young Earth creationist, and he's a geologist though, and he says that the strata confirms his beliefs about the Earth being pretty young. Why are we getting like these long readings? And then another thing, they found this one stone, right, recently, and I think you probably heard of it. It was like a gem or something. I can look it up. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
Okay, basically they said they got a new dating. I'll look it up. Dang it. I gotta have all my work together, man, to talk to you.
Well, and plus the fact that the erosion that happens, it erodes it onto the sea shelf, the ocean shelf, which is part of the continental tectonic plate, so it doesn't erode it very far. So it's not a whole lot of erosion that actually being taken out.
Mm-hmm.
You're right, Lolly. We are definitely bouncing around.
No, I'm not. We're going with the date of the Earth right now. I mean, we're talking about the date of the Earth, the civilizations of the Earth. I think we're on topic.
It's kind of amusing with Andrew Snelling. You brought his name up a moment ago. He's actually written articles for trade or for scientific magazines, which actually go with estimates of the age of the geological in the billions of years. But then when he writes for his young Earth creationism articles, then he changes that.
Where's proof of that?
Because I joined in because you were talking about the Vedic civilizations and the Rig Veda texts and civilizations, and now we're talking about soil deposition. I was like, whoa, what happened?
We're bouncing all over the place.
No, we're not bouncing. We can go back. But the rock is called the zircon crystal. 4.4
what was
billion.
you were bringing up about it?
I was bringing it up because it was found. I think it was found underwater. Now that's I think. But if calculations are correct, anything that's been underwater, the testing of that, the radiocarbon testing of that could be flawed.
Well, if you're using radiocarbon testing, you're only going back to about 5,000 years.
And they know that, and so they use a different calculation.
Yeah,
right, they use different tests.
They did use another test.
And radiocarbon dating only goes back about 5,000 years.
Okay.
It's worthless after that. And it's not useful in an aquatic environment either, so they don't use it for those. There are different tests that they use.
Yeah, they got a new test out now.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah, it is a lot of them, and it's ever changing.
Well, no. Each one of those is a good thing. Every new way we have of dating something is a good thing.
Okay.
They don't change, though. As far as the tests go, the tests stay consistent. What we get is using these tests.
That's how the uranium-lead dating.
Well, that's one of the ways, yeah. That you can get significantly older ages with uranium-lead dating.
Of course.
But each one of those, as I told you earlier, they don't deal. They give you a range. They don't give you an exact date.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them have an extremely large range. So what you'll do in those situations is you'll do two concurrent tests that have different ranges.
Yeah.
And where they meet, you're able to tighten it down to just that range that they meet. So.
Question: What are you putting forth here, Matthew?
Right. What was the point of the zircon?
Well, basically, there is no reason why I'm putting forth the old Earth, because basically what I'm saying is, as the scientists change methods.
I'm not a scientist.
Not you. I didn't say you. I said as the scientists change their methods, things get older. All right. I understand that.
That's not at all.
That's incorrect.
That's not at all what he said.
I mean, it's open to open to evaluation or open to change, right?
No.
It's really not. No, it's not.
If you do a test with if you do a radiometric test using a thing, the answer you get is the answer you're going to get. I don't know what you're talking about. It's open to change or it's open to interpretation.
Well, they came up with the new dating method, right? For this rock.
What that means is that they found. No, they didn't come up with a new dating method for this rock. What they did was choose a different element with a longer half-life, which could encompass more accurately.
Okay.
And when they date things that are underwater, and I'm not an expert on this, but I know that they take into account when they're doing the calculation. I don't even know what method exactly they use in underwater dating, but I do know that carbon acts very differently when it is submerged because there's no oxidation.
All right, let me read this for you. Uranium-lead dating is one of the oldest and most refined of the radiometric dating schemes.
Right. It has a very, very long half-life.
It can be used to date rocks that formed from about 1 million years to over 4.5 billion years ago.
Yes.
With routine precisions.
Because it has a very long half-life, and thus can be used with accuracy for things that are much older than things in which the minerals you're testing would be gone. Like if you're testing something with a radiometric date and that isotope would be gone from that rock or that whatever, there's no point in using that test because it would be all turned into its daughter element.
Okay.
You know what they're testing when they say that they're testing uranium, what they're looking at is over a certain period of time, which I don't know the number, but it's something. This uranium isotope, which is an unstable version of an unstable construction, decays into a daughter element over, and the half-life is the period of time which it takes half of however much is in this object they're testing to turn it into the daughter element. And they know how long it is by looking at other examples of this element and how it acts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So,
and even as you read right there, this is one of the oldest dating methods.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a new one.
I get you. Now, what is half-life?
that's what I was trying to explain.
Yeah, that's what she was just explaining. Half-life is every element decays as time goes on. And half-life, it refers to how long it takes for half of that element to decay to a daughter element.
It's actually the isotopes that decay the most.
Right.
They're looking at carbon 14. Not every element decays.
Okay.
But elements that are unstable that have a different number of neutrons to protons, I believe, and isotopes, so that they are radioactive, so that they are losing. They're not as stable as others. And it's been like freaking 20 years since I took this course, so I may be completely screwing it up. But I do know that it's isotopes that decay, or the ones that they are looking at are the isotopes. And the half-life is the time for which it takes for half of the amount of this element in a substance to turn into the daughter element. So what they do is they look at how much of the daughter element versus the parent element is present in whatever they're testing. And then they can get a ratio, and then they can get a date.
Now, how do we know what has affected these subjects through the years?
Nothing affects the rate of change. If something is contaminated, they would be very careful about that. They would be very vigilant to try to make sure, which is why they do multiple tests most of the time on those things.
Right. They take multiple samples and they do multiple tests to eliminate contamination. But when you pick it up in the wild, nothing interferes with that.
They just pick it up off the ground.
Well, no. They specifically have to core it out and get it to an area that's not exposed to open elements.
I wouldn't mind seeing where they found this zircon rock.
Well, what was your point about the zircon that you're bringing up?
Well, there was no point of Van. Actually, I was just bringing it up and saying, okay, they got 4.4 billion, but it was 4.5 billion, or lack thereof, right?
No, it's never gotten shorter.
It did.
It's always been at least. And then sometimes they've added more to it.
It says right here, scientists recently found the oldest thing on Earth, a zircon. Okay, they're basically saying they found the oldest thing that they know.
Right, currently found, right.
And it dates back to 4.4 billion years ago.
Okay. No problem there.
Okay.
When you're referring to, they're constantly saying things are older and younger. They're not. If you look at the chronology of the age of the Earth, from the times when they started actually developing real dating methods, it's always at least this old, because we have things that show it could not be younger than this. And as they find more methods of testing it, they're able to push that number back and be more accurate on their number. So now, instead of saying at one point we thought, well, the Earth is at no less than 1 million years old, because they had evidences that could not be less than 1 million. Then they found more evidences that could not be less than significantly more, to the point where now we've found evidences that could not be less than 4.54 billion. That's how they get to the age of the Earth. It never goes back. It never goes backwards. It's since I want to say since the mid 1800s, but it might be the 1900s. It's never gone back. It's always expanded further into the past.
Well, I obviously have to do some more studying on that topic.
I want to make sure that you know where this 6,000 year date comes from. That's
chronology.
Yeah, exactly. Like this is the Seventh-day Adventist.
Yeah.
Actually, it was the.
Oh yeah, you're right about that.
It was the Usherites, but it was popularized during the 1800s.
Yes.
And it was popularized by.
Also, they brought in the flat Earth, right?
The precursors to the Jehovah's Witnesses and the Seventh-day Adventists. These are not.
Yeah, the young Earth creationism is a recent phenomenon.
Yeah, these are people who you now consider cults. Just remember that when you're thinking that the young Earth people are like the people who are the most adherent to.
Well, I'm not, Lally. You know,
but I just want to make sure, because you seem to really kind of want them to be right, and I don't know why you want them to be right.
I told Van I'm not a young Earth creationist.
Oh, I know you're not. I know you're not.
I am a Bible literist.
Very agnostic about it. And I just want to make sure that you know that whole idea is not something that has been around for very long. That is something that is.
And I have.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You're fine.
I just wanted to interject real quick and say the scripture actually is ambiguous when it comes to the date of the Earth, because you got parts where it says, I think, that one day is like 1,000, or 1 year is like 1,000 to the Lord. So Genesis,
a metaphor number for a very long time.
Yeah, a very long time. So there's no need to hold on to the young Earth thing. But I mean, because if you read in Genesis 1, it says, in the beginning God created the heaven and the earth. Doesn't give a date. Now Van brings up the
well, that's why I was confused as to what your point was, because it seems like you really want to find, like, you're going to Answers in Genesis for as a source, and that concerns me, because they are definitely a 6,000 year Ellen G. White adherent.
Well, I just looked up Egyptian chronology and did some research on if anything could be wrong about it, or is it correct. And basically what they're saying does add up. When you read the entire page, I think you would agree with what they were saying, instead of just saying
part of the thing creationist. Well, part of the thing of that page, and I have not read the whole thing. There's quite a bit there, but glancing through it, I was able to see that part of what they're writing about there, if you add it all up together, they are working off of a young Earth creation, 4004 BC creation of the world timeline. So by their timelines, it could not possibly be different than what they're saying, because it would conflict with biblical literalism, which is what they are.
Okay.
Instead of looking at the data and seeing where the data takes them, they're getting their answer, and then they're trying to find facts to fit that data. They're doing it kind of backwards.
I do. Hold up, I got a friend out here, and pretty sure he would have something to say about this.
You want to bring in the flat earther?
Hey, Pillbox has some knowledge on stuff.
Pillbox.
Do you not take any other person's study serious?
I take the person who's providing it into context. And man, Pillbox is rough. He's going to come in here. He's going to start saying, "Oh, the blue baller." He's going to start doing his thing. So basically, you're going to put forth as a person who's on your side a guy who is a flat earther.
Well, I'm gonna definitely no, he's on my side with Christ, but I'm not a flat earther. So
well, would not that one simple observation seem to put his other conclusions into question?
not when you're not when you're not when you're into philosophy. You give everybody a chance to hear their side, right?
What I was saying was, if someone is so drastically wrong about simple observable facts, don't you at that point simply put everything else they put forth as question?
That's not necessarily true. People can be very, very wrong about one thing.
We all could be wrong
about
another
thing.
Yeah.
Hill can be pretty abrasive, but I have a good history of I'm the Pillbox whisperer.
I do not. He's called me a pedophile.
I know. I'm not sure that I'm up for a battle, but I generally don't battle. So you can battle if you want.
Pillbox isn't fighting to get into the room. I already have him added to the conversation, so if he wanted to join, he could.
I'm fine with him, but I'm probably not gonna talk about the age of the Earth because it's not.
Yeah, we could get off of that. It doesn't matter.
It's not something I know about in any
way. I mean, I think none of us really know, even with our, scientific tools and stuff that people hold so dear. I don't think that we know anything, especially when it comes to this planet. It's continuously shifting.
I would feel comfortable saying that I know if I had studied it, but I haven't.
But like I said, I would go far from calling myself an expert, but there are many things that we can know through science. If solipsism is not true, then we can know many things.
I'm not against science. I'll let you know that.
And why do you say
I am against
that we hold so dear, like it's something?
I mean, yeah, you hold it dear as if it's No,
I don't. Do you know me very well at all? Have you ever asked me what I actually believe?
But you are defending it, right, Allie?
What I'm doing is standing up for the things I do have the answer to. When I hear things that are incorrect, and when you say I don't know what half-life is, I know what a half-life is. Well, I can tell you that. I'm not standing here going like, you're entirely wrong. Everything this other guy says is right. But if I hear someone say I don't know what a half-life is, I'm gonna.
Yeah, I can't tell you you're wrong on half-life or nothing like that because I don't even know myself. But there are people that
and I know about that stuff. But you've never even asked me what I believe. You just because I hang out with, because I don't agree with the Christian point of view, I am automatically a hardcore scientific materialist atheist, which is entirely incorrect, by the way.
I'm not. I didn't say that at all to you. I'm just saying if you're defending something that has you to a place where you think that and then there's other people that go against this knowing. Isn't it safe to say that somebody's wrong? There could be a knowing that people think they know.
I think everybody's wrong.
I mean,
pretty much.
That's why I don't hold anything dear. Like I don't really hold that dear, especially when it comes to man and mankind and these tools that we have. Even though it's not like I'm against everything science. Like I'm all for medical research and they found something that might be a cure for cancer in Australia today. Well, I found that out today, and it's called the blush. I think it's blush wood or something. And they're able to shoot it with a needle into you, it right into the tumor, and it deprives the tumor of blood and it kills it. So I'm all happy about science like that. But when it comes to dating Earth and dating universes, that's where my head just can't. I can't. I
Well,
can't
that's
wrap my mind around how mankind thinks they know something.
Well, and yet again, I don't want to. You seem like you're putting a definite statement on that. On that, they know how old the Earth is.
Yeah.
We have a good idea of the age range, and as of right now, the youngest that we believe it could be is about 4.54 billion years.
Yeah.
And there are many ways that they use to come to that date, and it's actually not just one method. It's actually several different methods that working in concert.
Would you say it's irrational?
What?
For me to deny what these findings?
To deny them, yes,
Yeah.
but it's just as irrational to stick by it and say this is. There is no way we could possibly be wrong about that. That would be
and no science says that. They do say that they speak, and I should temper that because there are a lot of scientists that would say that we know that, but when you're speaking about science doesn't deal in absolutes. Science always has a question mark.
Okay, yeah, I know that. Now,
if you can provide evidence that shows that this is incorrect, science will amend what they believe or what is consensus.
just like I told Drag, this whole, and I hate to jump around, but the whole thing about knowing and stuff, like, okay, this is why I bring this up. Drag will show me something and say, hey, this is evidence for, the speciation or whatever. Then you go deeper into the internet and look again. Guess what? There's 10 more articles denying that claim. And is that to be trusted, or is Drag's link to be trusted? I think we as a people, we're just in the middle of some battle between people that are going against what true science is, that we thought true science was when I'm pretty sure you guys were coming up, and me. Like, I came up in the 90s and I thought, science was to be trusted. But now I'm in an arena where there's two science. There's one going for evolution, and then you got one that's going for creation.
I see what's going on.
You hear what I'm saying?
One of the problems you have there is that the ones that are going for creation aren't really using the scientific method.
And they'll say you're not using.
Well, but we can show that they're not.
See,
it's what it is.
You don't have enough time to show it all, do you, Van? And plus, you don't have.
Well, no, I don't have time to show it all.
You don't have the research.
I can certainly show examples.
I'm saying you don't have the research on your own.
Why would I need to?
Why would he be? He's not a scientist.
Yeah, well, and besides that, why would I need to? Science is a stepladder.
Why would you need to? Why would you need to is saying, Aristotle. Why would he need to? Why would these guys need to?
Well, they stood on the shoulders of people who came before them.
That's what human civilization does. That's the only reason that we have civilization, is that we don't have to redo everything each time. We can take what happened before, learn from it, and build on it. That's the only reason we can live in houses instead of caves.
Yeah. Right, that's how we have fire. It's how we have.
We can build our own houses.
We can now, because we've learned all this stuff over the millennia.
We learned how to make things stand up.
They were building caves homes out of clay.
Babe, you missed the point. I'm sorry.
Well, they had to learn that, and I guarantee you that not each person learned it from scratch when they were doing it. It was learned. It was based upon information that was learned by previous generations and built upon, and then you build more onto it, and then you get more information until eventually you get high rises.
Yeah,
it's all a stepping stone.
But
each bit of knowledge. Not every person has to learn each individual thing by themselves.
Can I add JJ?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, Great. Sure. I love JJ. The thing is, what I'm saying is that we all used to be individually on our own doing philosophy, science, and now we're basically using arguments from authority, right?
No,
This man
no.
here says this. Thompson
Well,
says this.
the deal when I see what you're saying there, I disagree with you, because we're not saying there is no, you're wrong because Lawrence Krauss said this.
Mm-hmm.
It's never that. I mean, I'm sure there are some people who do that, but it shouldn't be. And the idea behind it is not that a scientist says it; it's that a scientist performed an experiment and showed it to be so.
Mm. Sure to be so. Hold
Now,
on
the
one
biggest
second.
problem with science is done by people, by scientists. So you still have the same problems, which is what the biggest thing that the scientific method in peer review has going for it is it corrects for those problems of people.
Yeah. I'll be hello, man. Hold your thought. All right, I'm back.
Brother John wants to join as well.
Oh, the gang up,
You know me better than that.
gang up on me.
You know better than that.
We're gonna have this guy believing in apes and man before
No.
tonight. I'm just playing, guys.
You better be.
I joke a lot.
You better be.
I'm not sure when my wife's gonna be getting home. I would be surprised if she was here
Yeah,
later than 30 minutes.
but we did jump around. But it is kind of a jump around room until somebody breaks out with you know, a philosophical or something type of debate where we'll moderate. That's how I'm gonna run this room. Like Didi used to be in his room. Didi can join anytime as well.
He won't.
And Matt Bell.
Not while I'm here.
Or me.
Or while Ollie's here.
Why?
We've both been put on his permanent troll list.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because we're such awful, mean people. I
man,
don't.
this community is kind of bad.
Yeah.
Oh, I think my wife's home. Hold on a second.
It boggles my mind that you would say something like.
She is. I'm gonna have to take off.
All right, bye,
Right,
man.
man.
Have a good night.
Be safe, man.
I'll be listening in.
All right.
It saddens me very much that you would feel that still that the reason that we don't like him is because of his argumentation or his faith. You know that it's not because of that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I would be sitting here hating on you,
I like you, Valley.
which I do not do. I have lots of friends who are Christian. Lots. I judge people by their behavior and the way they act toward other people, not by what they think started being it.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I would not have any friends at all if I only chose people for friends who I agreed on things with. Because I don't agree with very many people on anything.
Your mic is kind of muffled. Something's wrong with it.
Yeah, I don't have my headset on. I apologize for that.
It's all right.
I'll get it on eventually. I'll just have to reach him.
But
It's charging.
yeah, I'm the type of dude to question everything. And the whole scientific method, a lot of these people are in the pockets or probably in pockets. Pretty sure that they like look at their face boy, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Like he's basically their face boy, and he's even said that the Earth is a spheroid or whatever, or or pear-shaped spheroid. Like
Well,
I thought it was perfectly round. What
no,
happened to the shape?
it's never been perfectly round. I mean, they call it a globe because it's closer to a globe than anything else.
Mm.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is primarily a science educator, just like Bill Nye. They're both science educators because they're good at communicating this stuff.
And staunch atheists.
But no, I think they're kind of like
Yeah,
not people who think about it a whole lot until lately.
yeah, oblate spheroid.
Yeah, they didn't. I don't think I never got the impression that they ever thought about it very much until very lately.
And are you an atheist?
I am a non-theist. I don't hold to any gods. I'm gonna refresh so that I'm on my headset.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I got something to say to atheism, really. And I think I said it today on my page. Sally.
There we go. Okay, that should be better.
You know, a man had a dream that that he dreamed that the purest of heart would see God, and you're holding up what they said they seen God as a mirror.
Yep.
Have you heard about that?
No, but I definitely uphold that idea.
Hmm.
That is accurate.
This is why I asked you were you an atheist though, because I posted this today, and I really was gonna quit talking to atheists because of this. I said, why even talk? Why even talk if the other person claims they already know or they already have it all figured out? Atheism equals death of philosophy because
Okay.
because they don't explore the spiritual side of their humanity. And spirit is in philosophy. Go ahead.
Why even talk if the other person thinks they have it all figured out? It seems to me that the people who think they have it all figured out are the people who adhere to a religion.
Well, I mean, I have a reason to believe
that you have it all figured out.
Yeah, I have a reason, a philosophical reason. You want me to?
I have experiential reasons to know that I don't have it all figured out.
Well, what I'm saying is my philosophical journey has led me to God. I'm not saying that that's what led me to God, because I came to God way before I even knew philosophy existed. Now, I wrote this down too. If you want to know, it's a chop.
Can I ask whether that was inspired by the conversation between Laurent Giton and Dragnot this morning?
No.
Okay, because when I went into that room, it was to try to translate, because I don't think you can do much of anything without philosophy, especially including science, and I don't think that's anything controversial. But the problem is when you equate philosophy and spirituality, because they're not the same thing, and I need to know
Socrates
what someone means by spiritual.
Okay, Socrates thought he was sent by God.
Of course.
Okay, he was
a theist in a theist culture.
And he's the follower of philosophy.
No.
Yes, he is.
There's no father of philosophy.
Socrates.
Philosophy isn't one thing.
Well, Socrates started
Philosophy just means the love of wisdom.
wisdom. Right. Now, what's the tripartite?
What? Tripartite just means in three parts.
Yeah, tripartite soul. You got rational, logical. Then you got spirited, emotional. That's the third. I mean, second. Then you got appetitive and physical desires. Basically, that's all in one. So the atheist is saying there is no spirited.
No.
Hmm?
What atheist?
I mean, that's what atheist.
Atheist just means that they don't believe in a God. That's all.
Plus, there's anti-theist though. So,
but that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
I mean, it does. Atheists pick and choose which one they choose, right?
What?
Atheists pick and choose. If they're anti-theists or lack of believers, right?
No, okay. Those are totally different things, and I'm not going to have a discussion on definitions of words. It doesn't matter what someone calls themselves. I could call myself, I don't know, like whatever. I could stick any label on myself that I wanted. What matters is what I actually believe, right? So when you approach someone, what you actually want to know is where they stand, not what they call themselves.
I mean, they're spiritually dead, right?
What are you talking about? Although I hold to no gods, I think you would be pretty surprised by my position.
I don't know your position, though.
That's because you looked at the fact that I don't believe in your God, and you made a lot of assumptions about me.
No.
Well,
I'm not making an assumption.
What you say is they're spiritually dead, and you say, why even talk to atheists? And when you say atheist, what you mean is someone who is not a Christian. And you say, why even talk to somebody who thinks they have it all figured out, when actually you feel like you have it all figured out, right?
Well, what my philosophical stance or my understanding of the world has came to that conclusion on that side. And what I'm saying is that's just because that's my side, I actually have an argument for my side.
Do you think that makes it true?
What's the argument, Matthew?
What's the argument? Hold up. I just wrote it down today. It's okay. First, rational. I heard the word of God and my mind found it to be rational. Then spiritually or spirited, my spirit also was awakened by the word of God, leading me to feel like the preacher was talking to me directly, which I also found out later in life to be a common feeling in the Christian church and Christians in general. So common of a feeling, it's basically in movies and in basically popular culture that the preacher is talking to you. Okay? Then you got the physical desire. After believing, I felt the need to spread the word. Before I had no such desire. And after it led me here and happy to tell my testimony anywhere. Nothing else matters but the gospel of Jesus. That's it. Basically, you got rational. I have a rational argument, a spirited argument, and physical desire argument. And that's the tripartite or the tripartite. Right? Now I'm looking into philosophy. I'm just getting into it.
Good.
So that's
but
my.
what did you just said that you have three? You're just titling the three different arguments you have, right? You haven't really presented an argument.
Well, that is my argument.
What's your
What?
But
What's
those
your
are
argument?
that's not really an argument. It's just saying your reasons. An argument. That yeah. Okay. Keep looking into it.
You got
Question. When you, I don't know how to phrase this. Okay, take it away. Go ahead.
I mean, what is the argument against what I just said? Okay, I said I heard the word of God and my mind found it to be rational. It made sense to me.
Right. That's not an argument.
Why?
That's a statement of a story.
How is that a statement of a story?
That's a statement of something that you feel happened.
This
Well,
is
you've really just made two assertions, right?
no. I'm telling you what happened to me in my life.
Right.
Exactly. You're telling what happened to you in your life. That's a story. It's not an argument.
I mean, in my world of philosophy, this is what's led me to my path. This is what's led me to where I am now.
Okay, you're seeing these as the justifications for your current position.
Yeah,
right?
there you go.
Okay. That's different from presenting an argument, but that is giving a justification. I'm not saying it's a good justification or a bad justification. I'm just saying that is what you're doing. You're not presenting an argument. You're trying to present justifications for a current conclusion.
That's fine. You could call it a justification.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I have reason to believe.
And what are those reasons?
What I just told you?
Okay, I thought you said, and I have reasons to believe.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Didn't you just say you have reasons to believe because you have reasons to believe?
What?
What are your reasons to believe?
I just told you all three.
Well, it sounded like you said your reasons to believe were because you believed them.
Because this happened to me. It's nothing that I went out and searched for. Like, oh, I'm gonna go find religion. It came upon me, basically. And
I can relate to that, except it took me in a totally different direction. I can relate an anecdote which changed my worldview, but it did not present me with your or any God. Then what? Now we have dueling stories of experience.
Yeah, and it's really hard to discount somebody's experience, and I wouldn't even want to try.
Yeah.
But the point is that everybody has their own personal subjective experiences, right? And lots of people see things slightly different, maybe only minutely slightly different in their experiences.
Well, basically what I've been hearing is, nobody's given a good justification or argument for their position. And hey, you got kind of a ring in JJ, I think.
Which is why I think everybody's wrong.
But
I don't think any of us are right.
Yeah, I believe I have a rational mind, and when I heard the word of God, it made sense to my rational mind. And I was young. I was young at that time. I was like 15, 14. Now, this was when I could tell you I was basically, I wouldn't say, yeah, I was spiritually dead. I can't say that. Now, just because I go into a church when I'm 15 for the very first time, it's not being shoved down my throat. The preacher's not preaching just at me. He's preaching at the church. I haven't been introduced to anybody in this church. And for him to seem like he's preaching right at me at 15, that really opened my eyes to what he was saying. Now, and then for me to conclude that Christ died for my sins, for me to conclude that at that young age, to raise my hand up to get baptized not too long after, that, I mean, yeah, like you said, that's my experience. But for me in philosophy, I would say right now and probably forever, yeah, that is forever. I can't see what unseen
Right.
what I've seen.
And I can't unsee what I've seen. And I can't see what you've seen. And you can't see what I've seen. Blah, 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 blah.
No. It's not like that.
No. I'm saying this is absolutely true. You cannot experience what I have experienced, and I cannot experience what you have experienced. So we have two different perspectives. And I don't know how on earth one is supposed to figure out whose experience is valid or not valid. I don't think there's such a thing as a valid or invalid experience. The conclusions you draw from those experiences are what's in question.
The conclusions. Yeah. And that's what, I mean, I can use that in a deductive argument. I mean, like I said, I heard the word of God and boom, I accepted it because it seemed correct. It seemed rational to me as soon as I heard it. Then my spirit accepted it, and then the physical came after. Like beforehand, I was cussing people out on Xbox, telling them they suck, blah blah blah. Then I am changed from, and this is afterwards. I experienced a backsliding time in my life, a Pharisee time in my life where I was a law, what do they call it? Somebody that was basically real lawful.
Legalistic.
Yeah, legalistic. I thought people that would cuss and stuff, that I would tell them, hey man, that's not cool and you shouldn't be cussing. Went through that time in my life, went through the time in my life where I was fighting sin as if I could defeat it. Went 3 or 4 months trying to be as holy as I could, fell flat on my face. Been through the time where
holier than thou phase.
Yeah, holier. Well, I don't think I've been holier than thou. Almost like that. Almost. I always remember that I, remained humble, but went through that phase and been through the just all out sin phase where I just accepted I'm a sinner and sinned away, and like what am I gonna do? I can't, I went through that phase, and now I'm basically here. Now I'm at my at a phase where I'm into philosophy. That's where I'm starting to put together some philosophical arguments and look deeper into, I don't think, even though philosophy entails where you need to kind of destroy everything I don't think I can destroy Christ.
I mean, Matthew, it's okay, and in fact, in my opinion, preferable to say, I believe this on faith.
Oh yeah, that's what
you don't need you. Where you get into trouble is when you try to prove it true.
Oh yeah, I know that.
I don't understand what you're trying to do exactly. It's great that you want to look for justifications, but in order to do it honestly, you're going to have to really examine yourself, examine what you think honestly, and without fear.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's what I'm doing.
And that means looking at those core beliefs with a critical eye. If you really want to do that, that's awesome.
Yeah, and my core beliefs, though, Lally, is, or Lydia, Can I call you that?
Of course you can.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
This is what basically why I could never deny Christ is because first off, it wasn't forced down my throat. Second of all, the experience is real. Uh, and there really is no third of all, but the third of all is that I did and I do want to spread the word. Now,
Right.
this is coming from somebody that is really not that empathetic,
Right.
right? For me to
So,
even want to talk to people and bash my head against bricks when they clearly a lot of them scoff at me, mock at me. I don't
do
know.
you know?
It says a
Are you
lot.
familiar? Are you familiar with Saint Francis of Assisi?
No.
The way he put it is, I spread the gospel every day, sometimes even using words.
Hmm. Sometimes, yeah, I heard that before. I think. Yep.
That means kind of like a by example thing. It doesn't involve arguing for the truth of God or Christ. It means being a living testimony.
Well, hey, another thing, Lally, I did try to be friends with people. Uh, Tom's room and all of that, but guess what? It
Yeah.
always ends up to.
Well, you met us. We're your friends, right? Or
Yeah.
are we your enemy? Are we your friends or your enemies?
Hey, you're friends. I would say.
Do
Friends.
we believe the same thing as you?
No.
There you go. Not necessary.
But I'm just saying, when I'm in those rooms, people start attacking me.
Well,
JJ.
there's a lot of people who, I mean, when you bring statements that are when you bring questions, that you can expect answers and you can expect honest answers, because if people don't find something credible, they're going to tell you.
What about chew toys?
What?
You ever heard the phrase, the word chew toys? Where's my chew toy at?
I guess.
Playthings and stuff.
Well, why
you agree with?
Are you equating yourself to one?
No, I mean that's what theists are looked at.
Are they?
Yeah.
To
Not
some
by
people.
me.
In Tom's room. Yeah.
But for some people.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
You can't. Okay.
I mean, by some people certainly, but that has nothing to do with me, and has nothing to do with Tom, really.
I mean, he
just tries to facilitate conversation.
They try to bring theists in there to get jumped on, basically.
He just tries to bring theists in there to have conversations. So that it's not a freaking echo chamber with people who agree with each other. How's that?
And holding people accountable is not the same thing as attacking somebody.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It's weird. Like, I try to hang out with people and just talk to people about, everyday things. And so, Matt, tell us why you believe in Christ. And so, Matt, why is the earth young? So, Matt, why is, they continuously come at me, but I can't hang around like Ocean.
Right. Well, to be fair,
cool.
if I go into the Council of G+, they are going to jump on me and precept me within the first 5 minutes and then kick me out. If I go into True Empiricism's room, he is going to do the same thing. If I went into G-Man's room, he would do the same thing. All of this is completely back and forth, and I think that you find a lot more fair treatment in rooms like Tom than those.
Yeah, I like Tom.
Than those rooms I just mentioned.
Yeah, I like old Tom. I like Tom. Nothing against him. But yeah, this whole, let's drag a Christian in or.
But nobody's dragging anybody anywhere. They invite them, and if they choose to join, they can join. And if they choose to leave, they can leave. We're not binding them in chains and dragging them in and sitting them in the middle of the room and shining a bright light in their face.
Yeah. And JJ, are you still aren't you a deist?
No.
What are you, JJ?
Well, the term you're thinking of is pantheist.
Oh, pantheist. You're a pantheist. And that's what God created us and ran off?
No, that's deist.
Nope.
Oh, that's deist. Okay. What is a pantheist?
No. Pantheist is God created everything, including itself, and makes the universe work. Because it is the universe. Couldn't be any other way, in fact.
Couldn't be any other way.
What's your argument for that?
Here it
It's
because here it
actually,
is.
These are actually all self-evident facts.
Yep.
Self-evident facts. The universe is there. But what about the brain in the vat?
What?
Thank you,
Huh?
India. People stealing my lines.
Huh?
What?
I mean, some people don't even like Xbox. He was saying he don't know this. He don't know if chair exists. Is that rational? You guys think?
Do you? Like when he's saying that he's going back to yeah, I am stealing your lines, JJ.
What's that?
I said, yeah, I am stealing your lines. Xbox went in his process, which is he kind of did what you just said you were trying to do, Matthew, which was examine his own beliefs and just find justifications for his beliefs. And he did it. He stripped it all down and built it back up again. And he's still in the process of building it back up again. And I think it's admirable. He went all the way down to all I know is something's happening. And it's kind of interesting. I think it's a great exercise. But if you choose to be a functional biological entity, if you choose to be a functioning living being, you're going to have to make some assumptions about that stuff. You can choose to do so or not.
Yeah.
So here's the thing.
Go ahead.
Here's the thing, Matthew, is that why do you think anybody considers the idea that they are a brain in a vat? Why do you think anybody considers that idea?
Maybe because what I was talking to Lally and or Lydia and Van about earlier about knowing. People have probably given up their knowing of certain things.
Could it be because they realized that because they realize that the interaction that they have with the world is through their senses, and that is a filter between the perception and the quote external, and there's really, really no way to know with any absolute certainty that what the senses are relaying is accurate.
I mean, if you
in fact, it's probably more probable. In fact, I definitely would hold that it's not at all accurate.
If you cut down a tree and make a chair, the chair exists because you made it.
How do you know that?
How do I know that? Because it's logic.
No, that's not a reason. How do you know that's a chair?
Because I created it in a chair form.
How do you know you created that chair?
Because I built it.
How do you know you built that chair?
Sweat, blood, whatever.
Okay.
Nails.
Rather than continue to ask you why these things, ultimately what you'll come down to saying is, and you'll have to, is that you experienced all of these things. You have an experience, a memory of all of these things, of cutting down the tree, of making the log into a chair, of putting all this work into it. You have that recollection of the experience.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what it all comes down to. When it comes to then solipsism and the brain in a vat, you come down to, well, how do you know you're not? And you end up weighing whether or not it's possible. Now, some people are of the mind that anything is possible, or at least they say that. I don't know if they truly believe that.
And some people know that it doesn't matter anyway.
That's the point I'm going to get to. Because even if it is possible, what's the point in entertaining the idea when all you have to go on is your experiences of waking up in the morning, of going to jail if you break the law, of burning your hand if you put it in the fire? That's all that really matters, is the experiences that you have. So whether or not these are not, I really hate to use the word reality, but I will, and you're just a brain in a vat, what's the difference?
What's the difference? Okay.
I mean, even if you're a brain in a vat, you still have an experience of a creator God and a rising, dying and rising savior that wants you to do certain things. So that's what you work on. That's what you go off of. That's what you continue living as, rather than bother worrying about whether or not you're just a brain in a vat experiencing these other things.
The brain in the vat. Okay.
Did I not just explain that to you?
Yeah. I'm.
Did you understand all of that?
Yes, I understand.
There's no point in entertaining the idea.
There's no point in entertaining it. But I think it's irrational to feel that way.
What?
I mean,
yeah.
There's no point in entertaining it except as an illustration of how not untrustworthy, but how isolated inside of our subjectivity we are.
Hold up. What about this as a argument against that? You have a heart. You can feel beating, right?
No, you only experience having a heart.
You only experience having a heart. Oh wow, really?
How do you know that that's really a heart? You could just be hallucinating it.
You go to the doctor, and the doctor can.
You could be hallucinating that doctor.
This is not getting through.
Oh, I mean,
but it's okay.
It is getting through. I want to think about this because.
Okay, but I want to go back to, you said you think that it's irrational.
Yeah, because we have logical.
I want to make a distinction. I said that it's to me it's pointless to entertain the idea of being a brain in a vat. You say it's irrational, and I wouldn't go that far.
Why not? Because you don't know, or it's a hallucination?
No. Or based on what I know of reason, it's not irrational.
I mean, if you get your arm cut off, it hurts and it's gone, and you feel it, and you see your arm.
And that is a sensation. which is an experience.
Those are all just experiences.
There's basically there's no way to even talk about it, huh? That's why you shouldn't even bother.
Well, I mean, when you say it's irrational,
it is, because we live in a rational world with logic and reason. For us to
How
say,
do you know that?
I understand you don't understand all the rules, but I'm wondering what you think is irrational about it. Because I wouldn't say it's irrational. I just think there's no point in it. There's no point in considering it.
I mean, but you
very little.
You consider the universe being aged, 13 billion years old. Is that an experience?
I actually think it's infinite.
Okay.
In fact, there's a new model. Well, it's maybe not that new. It's the bouncing, the big bounce.
Yeah, I go more for an Ouroboros thing, but I'm all about that cyclical. That's my intuition goes straight to the cyclical.
Breath of Brahma.
Yep.
What's that, breath of Brahma?
Well, the breath of Brahma is usually, I mean, it's a Hindu thing, but it's usually used to, I guess, sort of describe the
cone.
No.
The big bang, big crunch, big bang, big crunch cycle.
Which is what breathing in, breathing out, breathing in, breathing out. It's a cycle. Everything goes in cycles like that. I mean, you can make a magnificent kalam out of that one. Everything we see goes in cycles. Therefore, the universe is a cycle.
Yeah. Now, these are the type of topics I like.
Yeah.
I'm gonna believe in Christ no matter what, and I want to talk philosophy and this type of talk. So
great.
This is cool. Okay. The breath of Brahma.
Yeah.
What?
But can you imagine that? I don't hold you. In my opinion, the Hindu stories are full of are self-consciously stories. They are absolutely stories which are image paintings of an idea, which is that breath of Brahma, of which we are all a part.
Well, let me ask you guys this. Okay, what about the system of our universe?
What about it?
Like, okay, you wake up, the sun rises every day, the moon comes out at night, every night. The rain falls, things grow, worms come up, they get eaten by birds, and basically the whole system of life that we got going on here, where it all and plus we have rational people and walking around creating things, having all the whole thing that has to do with life.
It all goes together.
Now, yeah, it all goes together, and it's a system in it where we have seasons, and basically life itself is full of logic. Now,
well, when you say life itself is full of logic, what do you mean?
Well, 1 + 1 = 2, right?
Life itself is 1 + 1 = 2.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, we have no circle, we have no squared circles, right?
Well, that's a really bad example, but
we have no squared circles, JJ. That's what I'm saying.
Are you sure we don't have any squared circles?
I'm sure of it.
How do you know that?
Because I never seen one.
Oh, Matthew, let's go on this philosophy thing again. Go with the problem of induction.
And it's impossible.
Problem of induction. That's a terrible reason.
It may be impossible depending on how you define such a thing, right?
So now you're open to squared circles.
No, that's a terrible reason to think that they're squared circles, though.
Why would I think they're squared circles? Even
you wouldn't, but you don't think so just because you've never seen one.
I mean, it's a.
That's not valid at all. That's called
Matthew.
black swan fallacy. Anyway, go ahead.
Matthew, I even believe in talking donkeys.
I will believe in. Yeah.
I believe that too.
I think all donkeys talk, though.
Yeah.
I don't believe we can talk to them anymore.
Why?
Oh, of course you can.
Because we're not in the animal kingdom anymore.
I talk to donkeys.
I mean, you could talk to them, but do they talk back?
Sure.
Yes.
In English? And
no.
No. Who said that?
Well, I'm saying, do they talk to you like I'm talking to you?
Well, the donkey in the Bible didn't talk in English either.
Well, they talked in a language that they could understand.
Sure.
So it says.
So it says. Yeah.
But the point is, you can. It depends on how you define a squared circle, right? And I define.
Hold up, JJ. Before you get on that, think about it.
This has to do with what you were talking about, the whole system of the universe being working the way it works.
Hold up. Let me make this point real quick.
Okay.
What can you do? What all sounds that you can make with your mouth? You can whistle. You can almost chirp. I'm pretty sure if you could nail it down, you could chirp like a bird. You can bark like a dog. You can roar like a lion. But we don't understand the language because we're not in that kingdom.
Well, that's not why you wouldn't understand the language.
I'm just saying, I think we were once in the animal kingdom.
Well, we still are in the animal kingdom.
I'm talking about animal kingdom to the point where we can understand and talk to these animals.
Let's go back to everything working together, because that was excellent.
Yes.
Everything working together.
Yep.
Okay.
I thought you were actually going somewhere pretty important right there.
Yes.
Okay. Where do we leave off?
Well, you said that life was logical. Life itself seemed logical.
Yeah. And it does.
Right. I mean, don't some things that you experience seem illogical, though?
Like what?
I'm asking you. Don't you have life experiences that are illogical?
Not really.
I mean, if you have a discussion with somebody that you don't agree with, you don't think is logical, you've had a life experience that's illogical. You've experienced somebody else that's not logical, right? I mean, there are all kinds of things like that. And whether or not they are or aren't, and I'm going to be loose with the term logical, I guess, but certain optical illusions seem illogical.
Optical illusions.
Like an Escher painting. Do you know MC Escher's painting?
Right.
Matthew?
No.
I'll find you one. Hang on. You can keep talking. It's just going to take me a minute to find one to put up on screen share.
Can't really say that I experienced anything illogical.
All right.
Like what? I never seen anything that didn't make sense besides like senseless violence.
Well, isn't that an example?
I mean, that's an example of evil. Senseless dying. Why bother a man? Why unsheathe your sword and kill another man for something that has no value?
Well, it sounds like you're saying that evil is illogical then.
Yeah. When you experience life and understand how illogical it is. Like people doing life for killing some old lady that offered them to mow her yard, and she was gonna pay him like $20, and they ended up robbing the lady and killing her, and they only got away with the few little dollars, but end up in jail forever.
You see that painting?
That seems illogical.
Can you see that painting?
Or just dumb thinking. Hold up.
I don't think that's a good example.
No, it's probably not. It's pretty good though.
Yeah, I see it. What is
the staircase is
that's just metamorphosis. We'll go with another one. You're right.
Tom, when are you gonna change your picture back, man?
Me?
I mean, not Tom. Sorry, I seen the rabbit. Forgot. Yeah,
I don't know, I kind of like this one.
You look like you're standing in a dream.
Maybe in the spring.
Yeah.
After the long dark.
The long dark. Oh yeah, I came.
Long dark tea time I'm experiencing.
I came up with a well, my dad and my brother came up with the argument against flat Earth, even though I know a lot of people don't like it. But when you,
which one is that?
I have not heard anyone bring this up, but I'm pretty sure you probably have. Alaska, they have 30 days of day and 30 days of night.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
Have you heard that?
Yeah, that's been brought up. It's 30. It's not that they have 30 days of day and 30 days of night, though. Or you mean once a year?
Hmm.
Yeah, and it's some parts, but the flat Earth model. There is a flat Earth model that sort of accounts for that, but it
real.
Then that model doesn't account for other things. So it's no. I still think the best thing is the stars in the southern hemisphere. So far, that's, I think, the best argument.
But JJ, how is it daytime for 30 days on Alaska, and the rest of the Earth is not like that? There's no. I don't think you can explain that.
Well, I don't think you really can either, but they have a model that does.
I wouldn't mind seeing that model.
They claim it does.
And I don't mean to go against.
The sun is just some globe that hovers above the flat Earth and does some crazy pattern that accounts for all these things. But it's ridiculous, Matthew. I wouldn't even argue with these people.
I don't argue with them. I actually am an open-minded person that doesn't, and I don't exclude the flat Earth totally.
But now you're familiar with the Big Dipper, right? And the Little Dipper, which part of the Little Dipper is the North Star, the pole star, right?
Yeah.
Did Van come in here because I'm stealing his proof? I don't know. I don't remember who I heard it from. It might have been Van actually, but so you live in the northern hemisphere and you see that the pole star stays where it is, right?
Yeah.
So if you were to go to the southern hemisphere, they see a different set of stars that rotate the same, right?
Yeah.
And when somebody in Australia looks at the night sky, looks south, looks at the night sky, they should see essentially the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
How does that work?
It doesn't work.
I think drawing hands is a good example.
And it doesn't work on a flat Earth.
It doesn't work on a flat Earth, right?
Yeah.
Somebody in Australia.
The model that you were talking about, JJ.
About the last.
One of the things that flat Earth proponents will put forth is that the sun is nowhere near as big or as far away, and it is riding in a track, in a circle, around about the Tropic of Cancer, I believe. And it just flat doesn't work.
No, it doesn't work.
There's no reason to yeah, but that's the model that they'll put forth.
Yeah, there's one where I don't get it. I really just don't get it.
Do you got a picture?
The sun is really a tube. It's not really a.
Do I have a what?
Do you have a link to that model?
Well, if you ever seen the flag for the UN.
Oh yeah.
That's what they put forth.
Nah, yeah, I mean, it was pretty devastating.
And that's such a great link into a giant global conspiracy that they were dropping hints about it being
It's right in front of our faces.
Okay, what is this picture you're showing me?
That's MC Escher's drawing hands. Can you see that it's what's going on there at all?
Yeah,
there's another.
One's drawing another.
One's drawing the other.
I'm a big fan of that one. We are actually doing up and down as a jigsaw puzzle right now, and it is a pain.
Yeah, I have that one up too. It's just I thought this one was a simpler example because it's easier to see what's going on. But
love
that last one is called Up and Down.
It's one of the stairs.
Here, let me see if I can find the one that I'm talking about.
And Lally, I mean, what's the meaning of that though?
Well, what is going on, and is that logical?
I mean, the left hand can be drawing the right hand.
The left hand is drawing the right hand as the right hand is drawing the left hand.
Yeah.
Which one is doing what to what?
They're both drawing sleeves.
Which one's in charge? Which one's the real one?
Which one's the real one? The right one, I would say.
Why do you think that there's an answer?
Because the right one doesn't look.
Why do you think there's an answer though?
Hold up, I got a phone call.
Need answers.
That's the problem. You're right, JJ. That's the problem. Yeah.
This is the one we're currently working on, and it is kicking our butts.
But the left does not. I'm on the phone, but hold up.
Yeah, that guy was good.
Yeah, there is not an answer for that one, JJ or Matthew.
This was the other one that I think of when I think about Up and Down.
Hey, Van,
This is the one.
Can you think your thoughts before you think them?
Lally, before we get off on that, yeah, I would say the right one looks like it's drawing the left one because the left one looks like it's impossible to be drawing.
They're both impossible to be drawing. They're both drawing.
I mean, the left one looks like it's.
There's no answer.
There's no answer, but it looks like there is an answer.
No.
No.
Yeah.
That's the point.
They are both drawing each other. There's not one that came before the other. There's not a chicken and egg situation. They are both drawing the other.
Well, I mean, hey, it's a drawing anyway, so hey.
Well,
yeah, it's a mind screw.
That is my metaphysic right there. They're both drawing the other.
Okay, I'm looking at the staircase one.
That's my worldview.
That's your worldview right here.
That they both draw each other.
That they both draw each other. All right, let me look at Vans.
Oh.
Okay.
Didn't see it.
I can see it. I could say that that's a painting of the painting of a staircase on top of a rooftop. Like,
except one of them upside down from the other.
Man, that's crazy to look at. Stop it, man.
Exactly.
There you go.
The point.
What? I mean, there's no. There you go.
Yes, there is.
It's crazy to look at. It's crazy to look at. That's the point.
We're talking about illogical things.
Yeah, but there are none of those in existence.
Yes, there are.
What?
Everything.
I don't think so.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
I know it's just not going to happen, but this one with the hands really is the way I think about things happening.
I was supposed to go back
Assalamu alaikum
this weekend, but it's raining.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
What's going on this?
Salam.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Thank you.
Allahu Akbar.
Oh, he said, "Peace be upon us in the name of all God and all that good stuff."
Oh yeah, I gave you that long variant.
Yep.
I remember that now.
I saw that. That was cool.
Farhan, what's going on in Syria? Who's fighting who?
Are you familiar with the conflict?
No.
Obviously, he's not.
It's pretty much on its way out now. It's basically a 3 or 4-way war, depending on how you look at it. Should I give a background? I don't want to interrupt a prevailing conversation.
We didn't really have one.
No, it was.
This is better, actually. I'm curious of what your perspective is on this, because I've been, checking it out the last few days, and I'm not sure anymore.
I heard
That's
that
pretty much
I heard that buses left, the first buses of that there was a ceasefire and that buses had finally left with civilians, but that there are several thousand still stuck in one area of the city. Yeah. These are the things that make me go, I hate everything. These are the things that make me go hide in my house and die.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I mean, it's really bad. Basically, Matthew, what happened was a couple of years ago, there was what's called the Arab Spring. The Arab Spring was like the democratic sentiments in the Middle East are pretty high, but almost all of the governments are like not democratic. So there was like a series of these like uprisings to have democracy. Pretty much every one of them, except for one of them, was crushed. And in Syria, there was a movement to kick out Bashar al-Assad, who had been ruling the country. He's from a minority community called the Alawi community. He's from a political party called the Ba'ath Party, which is like secular Arab nationalism. And they had their heyday during like the 70s and 80s. And anyway, so there was a lot of people who didn't like him and didn't like his father. And they had issues with the way the government was run. And so in the wave of the Arab revolt, they protested and they were there was a couple of main centers for where this was really picking up. It was not Damascus. Damascus is pretty firmly pro-Assad. It was more like Dar'a and Deir Azur and where else? Like anything north, so like Homs, Hama, Halab, those types of Aleppo. Aleppo was kind of on the fence, but largely pro-rebellion. So a lot of these uprisings happened, and anyone in the western part of the country where you have a lot of the minority groups, Jabhat Duruz, which are like another interesting religion, Alawiyin, which are the Shias, and then any Christian groups. And then a lot of the minorities, like Palestinians, were kind of on both sides of the conflict. I'm rambling, sorry, I'm getting into the weeds. But basically, this war happened, and it's been going on for 2001, I think, is when it really picked up. There were protests, the protests increased, the government cracked down aggressively, and then the military fractured and created two branches. One was called the FSA, which is like the Ajaysh al-Suri al-Hur, the Free Syrian Army, and one was called the Syrian Arab Army. And those two basically went to war with each other. And one could say that the FSA was like, quote unquote, moderate. What happened was...
Which ones were pro-democracy?
I would say the FSA is probably closer to pro-democracy.
Oh, well, yeah. I would say neither of them are. But
now they're both pretty much not.
I don't think they ever were. I think that was the narrative, though, is that they were that we should support the pro-democracy rebels, but that was not the case.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's an argument.
The narrative that was put forth to bolster destabilization and ultimately regime change of some kind, but
right. Yeah, JJ, don't think for a minute that I'm like pro, like the war, pro the rebels. Like, I mean, I kind of naturally do sympathize to some degree, but I'm not like some partisan. You know what I mean? Like, just because like I'm quote unquote on their team.
Don't
that makes
you think
sense.
So that Iraq was 100% better before we invaded.
Absolutely,
1,000% more, 1,000% better.
I think 80%. Unless you're a Kurd.
Well,
I made this point to my Kurdish friend. He got offended at me. But so what happened was the war increased, and then what happened was there was a moment where the West was going to provide aerial support, and basically didn't. And when it didn't, there was a fracture in three kind of things happened simultaneously. The number one, the West did not support aerial support. Number two, that led indirectly to the creation of a lot of these armed groups kind of like sprung up all over. And there's like a cacophony of them. There's so many with different ideologies. And they were not FSA. They were like various different groups. And one of them was a group that was later became Al-Qaeda. It is Al-Qaeda. It's actually literally, it was Al-Qaeda in that region. Gives allegiance to Al-Qaeda that supports the FSA, which is a weird thing. They're in alliance with them. And then the West supports the rebels, which includes them. It's really bizarre. And then another thing that happened was ISIS came up in the eastern part, right? And ISIS was against both the FSA and the Syrian government, but pretty much only fought the FSA. So you have that like right there is a three-way war. And then the Kurdish groups in northeastern Syria tried to have their own independent, like against pretty much everybody there. I don't know how their relations were with the FSA, but they were against, obviously, the Syrian government. They were against ISIS for sure. And then never support the Kurds is because Turkey, which is Turkey. Because Turkey was basically like, we're not going to give these Kurds a battleground by which they're going to support the PKK, so screw them. So America wanted to support them.
It's like there's proxies all over this thing, which is just making it all fucked up.
Yeah. So the way I look at it, it's a war between Iran and Saudi Arabia, and this is one of their playing fields. This is one of their proxies. And JJ, to answer your question, I'm not pro-rebel. At least I'm not anymore. Maybe in the beginning I was kind of caught up in the whole thing, but now like the argument from like RT and like a lot of these Russian sources is that the rebels are like cruel and they're not wanted and stuff like that. And I don't think that's entirely inaccurate in any war. Like whenever there's a civil war, frankly, like the local population kind of turns on the rebel groups, and then the rebel groups have to like get resources by force sometimes. But I don't think the Syrian government is like some holy liberators that are just like secular free thinking, like whatever. I think they're I mean they're
borderline
it's just
monarchy.
Pardon?
Assad is basically a monarch, in my opinion. I mean, it's like it's a handed down. The rule of the country was handed down from his father. So I mean, what is that but a monarch?
Well, yeah. I mean, so far it's been one generation to the next once, but
I guess what I'm saying is I don't think that and I just kind of badmouth the rebels. I don't think that the Syrian army is this like progressive, universal, cosmopolitan, secular, democratic state. That I think that like a lot of the anti force, like rebel like forces, news sources say. I don't think that's true either. So, anyways, I'm all over the map, but
That's been what's going on the whole night, so don't even worry about it. We went from India to carbon dating to uranium to MC Escher and then to Syria. So,
yeah.
All bets are off. I'm painting the shelves.
I remember 2012 rather. It was Ramadan, and I was after Tarawih. There was a guy from Syria whose family I know pretty well, telling another guy who had not even known about the Syrian war. Yeah, man, for the last like 13 months, there's been this conflict. About 100 people are dying a day and stuff like that, or something like that. Some I wish we could go back to. And right. Yeah, as crazy as that sounds. And he was like, yeah, it's really bad. And I remember thinking, like, how does this guy not know about this war? It's just like it's been going on for like a year now. But it had not really entered the American like mind until recently, until ISIS came up, then it really entered.
Yeah, well, because
it was until that supposed chemical attack.
And then, I mean, people have already forgotten about that. That only came up on small blip of the radar. That it was because we almost went in at that point. And then there was all sorts of foofara about whether or not we interfere there. But it died down out of off our ethnocentric radar media immediately. As soon as it became clear we weren't at that moment. Yeah. There's a lot of people who didn't even give a shit. Like they just didn't. Anyway, America.
I don't blame people for not caring because it's not easy to pick a side. Like we like to think that in these conflicts there's a good and a bad, and I don't think it's that simple.
Of course it's not. It never is. But we like our international relations like a video game. It fucking makes me crazy.
And this one, I think in particular, is like the most that I've seen because you can kind of like if we go to war with like I don't know, like let's pick a country, North Korea, right? If we were just like okay, let's fight with a war with North Korea, we could make this claim, and pretty much every segment of American society would be like, yeah, dude, they're bad, they're communists, they're killing people, they have gulags, they're anti-religion, everyone, the religious people in our country, the capitalists, every side. But when you look at this conflict, it's not like that because there's a reasonable claim to make that the Assad government was actually better to minorities. Like you can make that claim, and that they were everybody. That they were the secular like whatever. But at the same time, JJ, like I have Syrian friends who would say like there was a lot of crackdown about like free speech, about what you could do in that country, about trade, these types of things. Like just like your day-to-day life was like it was a police state, they said, and so they didn't like that.
Yeah.
It was paradise compared to what it is now.
Right.
Oh.
Did anyone win this war yet?
No. There's not going to be a win.
It's not even a war.
It's freaking attrition. It's horrifying.
It's on its way out. I think it's on. I think there's going to be a victor, quote unquote, pretty soon.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the
People
government
people don't win
will
this kind of
eventually
thing.
take hold of the situation. I mean,
Everybody
without
loses.
the help of the West, Assad would have taken care of this uprising much sooner.
You think so? How did the West assist? Didn't the West kind of fumble and not do much?
No, I wouldn't say that.
What part does the West have to do with a foreign war right now?
Well, the West didn't really get. I mean, JJ, correct me if I'm wrong, but the West didn't seem like it got involved, at least that much. I mean, they were there were training camps for the rebels in Jordan. I remember that, and then there's like little things here and there, but there weren't like forced in to go and shoot down. I mean, like there's a couple incidents here and there, but it didn't last that long.
Well, there was. I don't know how much of that's gone on, but yeah, or even who it was. Was it just Turkey? I don't think it was just Turkey.
America bombed ISIS so much. Obama was bombing ISIS so much that he ran out of bombs at one point.
Yeah.
I didn't even know about that.
That doesn't make the news because we like to think that Obama's soft on terrorism. But no, it's weird because like America supports the Iraqi government, right? And the Iraqi government is in alliance with Iran. So America is supporting an Iranian ally. And then that Iranian ally is fighting against a common enemy with Assad, and Assad is against effectively allying with the government, right? So it's like
it's a circle.
It's a circle, yeah.
It's really fucked up.
Well, I would say that our attitude towards Iran is exaggerated too. So.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's ridiculous.
Do you mean like our militancy towards them?
I mean our hypocrisy.
Yeah.
Well, no, our actual policy with regard to Iran is not what is commonly understood.
Explain what you mean by that.
I'm saying
elaborate on that, please.
That they're not considered enemies necessarily. There's a lot of exaggeration and fear mongering, right?
So do you mean in the sense that like Iran isn't like the demon enemy that we kind of make them out to be?
We make them out to be that way, but we know they're not, and we don't even really treat them that way.
Well, some people know they're not, but the country people think they are.
Well, yeah, I mean, no, that's the vast majority, I would say, that have been led to believe that. I mean, that's the propaganda, that Iran is a evil place, they're the enemy. But if we really thought that, we'd be getting rid of them.
Yeah, we just want to sanction them until they get in line, like Cuba. It worked.
Yeah, I'm pretty much. I think we're on the wrong side of that.
Oh, hell yeah.
I would agree.
What's
we fly drones over Iran. We kind of antagonize them constantly. We fly planes up to their border and actually in their country on a regular basis inside of Iranian territory. Like we do stuff like this like constantly to piss them off. Retaliate. It's like an international incident. So I don't know. And I'm not saying I'm a fan of like Iranian, like I kind of, the way that they're conducting themselves, I really lost my faith in just like, I don't like Hezbollah, what they did in Syria. I don't like this allying of the Houthi rebels. And I'm not a fan of Saudi Arabia either, but I've lost the government, but the people are awesome in Iran. They're just like normal freaking, and they're like one of the most educated countries like in the Middle East.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, Iran has done pretty well. Well, once they were allowed to stop fighting with Iraq,
yeah,
and recover from that.
I just look back. I look back at when we put the Shah back in in 1954, and I look back and I say, how dare we say anything to that country?
Yeah.
Didn't we?
I want to go to it.
I was going to say, didn't we give money to Iran?
Yes.
Billions?
After we took all of their money away.
So what happened was America basically froze some assets from some Iranian, I think it was businesses or was it individuals? I don't remember. But basically the money was stored offshore. So we used our power. I say we used our power to basically freeze Iranian assets. And part of the deal for the nuclear deal was to free those assets back to and we basically did that. So it wasn't like we gave them money. It was like, it was their own money that we
were holding hostage.
Gave them back to them.
We were holding their money hostage.
Yeah, we were holding hostage. Yeah,
because we were mad about oil, and because of the Shah, who was our buddy, who we put into power, etc.
But I don't think Iran's like a good guy though either. I think they're kind of effed up.
They're totally fucked up. But we are massive hypocrites because there are so many countries that we treat so much better that do so much similar stuff.
Right. Like I've said this before, I've never actually carried this out because my timing never worked out. But I'm like at the point where I want to go to like a Shia masjid with a sign that says I'm a Sunni, I'm sorry. Like I'm literally like about to do that and like give out flowers to people.
You need to find a Shia buddy and go together.
Oh, I'll be fine. I've been.
Yeah. No, I'm saying I'm not worried about that. I'm saying that there needs to be apologies on both sides.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I think that there should be. Not that I have any dog in this fight, but I could pretend to be a Shia.
No, you're a dog in the fight. Yeah. You're a human being, and you see hypocrisy, you see violence on both sides, and I'm not approaching this as a Sunni. I'm approaching this as a human.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many posts I've done, kind of apologizing for being American. So I've gotten over the being white and forget WASP. And gotten over most of that, but I'm still American, so America is like ongoing.
I just want to apologize for being human, and I can't wait for the robot apocalypse to wipe us all out and install.
Oh, what are you talking about? It's going to be a cockroach apocalypse.
Oh, I'm kidding.
That's why I'm getting good with them.
I was buying some winter clothes just now, and there's the lady who was helping me out. I was a Palestinian Christian. Actually, Palestinian Christians do pretty well. But if she had been from any other part of the Middle East, I would have been like, I'm sorry. Like, as a representative of my people, I sincerely apologize to you for what we're done. But all the Palestinian Christians and Palestinian Muslims get along very well. They're like a very collective, good community relations.
Which is why it's so, this could be the I don't think you're going to have much opposition in here, actually.
I think you should just speak for yourself.
I think most Americans are, well, it's a blanket statement, but I think most of them are like me. They don't even pay attention to what's going on in the world, especially with other countries.
Yep, that's how we get a President Trump, Matthew.
That's correct.
Well, it's not so much that they don't pay attention as that they're not told.
No,
there is no reporting from. There is no foreign reporting anymore. There's no journalism anymore.
Yes, there is. You just have to look a little bit. It's not on the mainstream stuff.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's
what
you have to start with a modicum of giving a shit, and then you have to do a tiny little bit of effort, and then it's right there.
You guys are saying the same thing, just in different levels. I think, Brenda, what you're saying is that all of our journalism has been compromised, and unspeakable. You're kind of agreeing with her, but you're saying that not all of it. But I see your point.
Well, it's right there. It doesn't take much effort. It just takes more effort than people are willing to give.
But it's about accessibility, right? It's the vast majority of accessible journalism is really poor and mostly just propaganda.
Propaganda, yeah.
I would say most people don't even watch TV anymore, and don't look. Who looks? Not too many people look
I don't
for
know about
news.
most people.
Most
I admire
people.
those people who don't, but
Yeah.
I don't think it's most people.
I don't watch
I
TV.
think most people do watch TV, Matthew.
Yeah.
But that's the point, though, Matthew, is that watching TV is going to effectively give you one skewed perspective, and because you hear it again and again, you're going to think it's the fact that's like indisputable, and you'll look at conflicts as like good versus evil. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Which is
Without
something I
realizing-
wanted to mention, that I think that we should get away from using these terms like good guy or bad guy, right? When you said you didn't want to say,
Uh-oh. He'll be back.
I just inhaled a cookie.
What I was gonna say is most of us, well, myself, I think there's a lot of people like me where we get on hold up. Basically get on the internet, watch movies on here, watch YouTube, and we're not really like who searches up news articles, but people
who want to know, Matthew.
Yeah, I mean when you
I do.
People who start with a little bit of give a shit.
it's not about giving a shit or not.
Of course it is.
Not really.
Yes, it is. Of course it is.
I don't know about that. It's more.
I mean, you're not gonna look something up. You're not gonna look into something and try to inform yourself if you don't have the desire to inform yourself, right?
You looked up all sorts of articles on whether or not the we started this hangout with articles you had looked up.
Yeah.
Because you gave a shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all about what you care about.
I mean, news is so. I think a lot of people are so done with propaganda and what the news company dishes out, and like you guys were saying, bad versus good, and have gone. Most of them, a lot of, especially the youth, they probably just get on the internet to do YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and watch movies, play video games.
Well, how many people get their news from memes anymore? I mean, and we've done this to ourselves.
Yeah.
Right?
Nobody reads sources of other people's. They just read their own, whatever they agree with.
There's an article I posted in the side link about what's called Black Ops advertising, and how advertising has moved beyond clearly defined ads into and simple product placement into integrating rather deeply with the news. So they will print articles that are basically advertising, but are almost indistinguishable from the regular news article.
Is there a good example of that?
In the article, I haven't actually read this article. I'm familiar with the author because a podcast that I watch had a long interview with her.
Who is that?
Mara Einstein.
Brendan, you're talking about like replacing like government, or like not government, businesses, like publications or quote unquote facts as like. I was talking about that's also an issue, but I was also speaking about I noticed this many years ago, and I guess it's like a known thing. I guess I was stupid to catch on, but we report like whatever the White House says or whatever like the State Department says as like the objective fact, and then
it's called, they're just stenographers. It's
like
they just take, instead of actually investigating what they're told by whoever's in power, whoever the press secretary is, whoever the press office for the corporation is, rather than investigating them, they just and the corporations especially, and certainly political people are very savvy about that, and so they they frame what they're going to release to the press in such a way that it will appeal to the press, and not emphasize what they want emphasized and de-emphasize the things that they don't want them to consider. And they know that the journalists are pressed by time and money, and they don't have the time or the inclination or the money to do the background legwork that is necessary to dig out the facts.
There's another factor that I heard from Chris Hedges, who worked with the New York Times. He said that in addition to everything you just said, they don't have the time, the money, the energy, English sources or articles that are the opposite of what the government says, then they will lose their access to the government. So in other words, they will not be invited for the special interviews or the one-to-one, exclusive whatever. They'll just be cut out from that.
Oh yeah.
So they will.
You don't get
They have an incentive.
You don't get invited to the White House barbecue, which is fantastic. You get to rub shoulders, and the food is awesome.
Well, and
and
it's access to those sources then.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, it is a lot about maintaining access to government sources by printing or reporting what they tell you they want you to report as fact.
And you think it's objective news.
And people just eat it up. They take it in. And sure, you can not watch, but that's not going to deter them from engaging in this type of journalism, because they're not reliant on your subscribing to them anymore. They're not reliant on your money, because all of their money comes from advertising anymore. So that's who they're beholden to, is their advertisers.
But wouldn't it be? But with the viewership of like CNN significantly dropping, and nobody watches Fox News who's not an idiot or a partisan person. That's just
number one news network in the world.
Yeah, but their viewership is like how old are they? Like
70 plus. 70.
Yep.
Bill O'Reilly's the demographic for the Bill O'Reilly audience. I can't say for all of Fox News, but it's a 70-year-old plus demographic.
But with my generation not watching that anymore, wouldn't you say though that their advertisers, they're going to lose that, the money will dry up, therefore all these alternate sources will become more mainstreamized, like InfoWars will become the new mainstream?
Sadly, it already sort of, it's even worse. Yeah, it's
well, Breitbart.
Breitbart, yeah.
Good God. Well, it's not much better than InfoWars.
See, I don't know these people.
You don't know these people?
I don't know people who rely on that. Although, I mean, other than, well, I don't really know
I do.
people in my real life anymore. So.
Oh no, there are no people in my real life who rely on it, but they exist.
There are people in my building. In my building, there are people who are like that.
Brenda,
see, I live in an apartment building, and the requirement for being here is having been homeless, and so you're placed here, and so it's a large selection of people.
Are you there permanently? Indefinitely, I mean.
Indefinitely, yes.
Are you in the Twin Cities?
Yes.
Okay. Because I'm downtown St. Paul.
Yeah. But anyway, it's.
I might be moving into your building.
Well, that's frightening.
There's a certain probability.
Don't want exposure. Yeah, I worry about exposure.
He'll show up in his bunny suit.
I don't mean to startle you.
That would be the least of my worries. Just embarrassment would be my job.
No, I think that would be so. One of my dearest hopes at this point is that you guys become real life friends.
Well, because no, never mind. I wanted to get back to the fact that I have a wide variety of people here. It's a selection of people. You know, I mean, I've definitely had friends here who were very, very much on the left, and others who are very, very much on the right. And it doesn't go how, you know, I mean, you just get a cross section of people. In here, a number of the people are, well, they're recovering from alcoholism or drugs, HIV, or mental illness. That's sort of the cross section here. But and it's just a selection of people from the street. And what I've learned is that people on the street are not necessarily the most admirable people in the world. They're just people who have had bad luck, mostly, for the most part. I mean, we've had people in here that were very much on the right and very much, you know, there was a guy and he was totally, well, he was doing research on free energy in his own apartment. He was going to crack that and create free energy. Yeah, that didn't happen.
Sure.
I don't see anything wrong with that, though.
Well, it can't happen because there's no such thing.
Was his name Mr. Grimm?
No, but he was. Well, he was not like Grimm because he was much more conservative. So he wouldn't have had the liberal ideas about marijuana.
Gotcha.
Why do you say that's not going to happen?
Because it can't happen.
I heard there is free energy in solar rays.
Oh, that's free. I mean, that's free as in not costing anything.
Mm-hmm.
But it's you need to kind of, it's not free because it comes from someplace. Something is consumed. There's an awful lot of it, and it will be.
There's no violation. Thermodynamics.
Right. But the other people with the spinning magnets and stuff, no, that's not going to ever generate electricity.
Did you get into what he was studying?
I think it was the spinning magnet stuff. And that won't generate free electricity. What they want to have is like a motor or a generator that sits on your table and can just generate electricity for, you know, that's out of the thin air, and that can't happen.
An over unity device.
Yes.
But you can make one with a exercise bicycle.
But you're still putting the energy in.
I know, I'm just kidding.
But
I'm actually looking to make one of those.
However, I saw an article about a guy who I think he is an Indian and was going to distribute so many of them into India.
Bicycles?
Yeah, by dynamo.
Oh, sure, that would
battery charging bicycle dynamos. Yeah, they're awesome. I want one. In fact, I would build one.
Yep. How many freaking people spend how much money in the gym on those freaking treadmills?
Oh, I just
hook up a damn battery to those things, man.
I think I cracked the case, Brenda.
What's that?
What if you get a bicycle that generates? Okay, it generates the energy. Hold up. But you use.
That's what we just said.
I know. But the way you crack it, where you don't have to exert any energy, is the magnets on opposite fields where they're spinning the cycle.
Well,
that's possible.
The magnets would be how you would generate the electricity. You're going to need to spend calories. You're going to spend calories. The calories are going to get converted eventually into electricity.
No, I'm saying
that's not a bad thing. This whole nation could do that because we need to get off our butts.
If the magnets are in opposite fields, they would generate enough energy to spin the pedals.
People have tried that; it doesn't work.
But it's just a thought.
Yeah, that's okay.
Too much entropy.
But I think it is possible. Nothing wrong with us being scientists individually and artists.
Nothing wrong. No.
Yeah.
Well, what the people who believe in free energy are trying to do is they want to get something for nothing, and you can't get something for nothing.
It's basically like a maxim we've identified, or a law, if you will, that it's impossible to do that.
Of course, what I was saying was that on the other end of the spectrum was a friend of mine who lived here, who was a conscientious objector during the Vietnam War, and one of the very few who was, I guess, validated by the military as being one, because you had to go through a huge process to become a conscientious, legally a conscientious objector.
Good for them.
They interviewed his family, his church, and the people that he knew in town, and asked, he needed to show that he had these beliefs for a very long time, that they wasn't just simply being opportunistic. And also he had been involved in a lot of protests in the 60s. And had done a lot, and so he was on the other end of this. That was kind of what I was saying. He was another person on the other end of the spectrum, and that's what I was saying. There's a spectrum of people represented where I live. So he was. He had a heart attack about a year ago, but he's okay. But then he's quite a bit older than I am. I think about 67, I think.
Yeah.
But he's a different kind of guy. He doesn't own a phone. He won't own a phone. He's very odd in that way.
Paranoid.
Yeah, there's the guy down the hall from me who's afraid of the microwaves. As in, won't use a microwave.
Have you explained to him that microwaves are inside of a Faraday cage and
no,
there's minimal leakage?
No, I'm not telling him shit about microwaves.
You should make a fake device and walk around and act like it's emitting waves and just mess with them.
No, I should not.
Does he have firearms?
Nope, but
JJ's not cool like that.
No, I think that it's not just it's the pharmaceuticals, it's everything.
That's sort of a problem with the collapse of genuine news, is that you then just get everything because people don't know how to distinguish between what's fact and what isn't.
True that.
Right. Yeah. Actually, that's one of my issues with this current Syrian war, to be completely honest with you, is I don't know what to trust anymore. And I'm saying this is someone who, at least on paper, if you were to ask me to pick a side, we put a gun in my head, my natural inclinations are towards the rebel side. But if I'm honest with myself intellectually, the fact that there truly are people cheering on the fact that the rebels were kicked out of certain parts of the western part of Aleppo.
I don't know a lot about the facts of it. I would expect that pretty much all sides are lying or twisting the truth to their advantage. I would just expect that from both sides.
But with the loss of trust, though, how do you know what to believe in anything? Yeah. I'm not qualified, frankly, to discuss global warming. I don't know the science behind it. Someone who's an educated client, whatever the hell, denier, could destroy me in a debate. There is no global warming?
No, of course not. That means you should invite me. So that I can destroy him.
But I guess what I'm saying is I'm not qualified to even understand who's right and who's wrong in that debate between you and that. If someone who's qualified in both arguments or whatever.
We can't
a denier.
We can't be experts in everything. This is what always bugs me when people want to just argue evolution and stuff. It's okay, none of us can really say that. There's a
Were you
handful.
there? Were you there?
Exactly.
Were you there? Were you there?
Well, it's like there's a handful of us who have, and I'm not one of them, who have degrees or have educated ourselves enough on that subject to really know how to teach it. I can teach the very, very basics of something. And I know a little about a whole lot, but there are only a few things that I can consider myself expert enough to actually teach.
But I wasn't specifically trying to talk about evolution or client science or whatever. I can't say that word. Climate science. It was more about like just this is a problem that exists, that if there's no recognized authorities that people defer to, I know those are technically fallacies, but that aside, if there's no and there's like dispute of things that are like known by the scientific community, then the masses do fall into a type of confusion because they can't distinguish.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the point I was making. It's almost that's why I don't like having those discussions on here. Because
and then in the media you get the both sides say syndrome going, where this side says this and this side says that, and one side might be a world-renowned physicist, and the other is just some clown they pulled off of their Rolodex, and then they equate the two, or somebody who's paid by big oil to be a shill for them, and they won't identify him as that. They'll present both people as if they're somehow equals, and then the audience just is not able to decide.
Or you have people thinking that you can dig a rock up that hasn't been bothered by time and shifts in the earth.
Sneaky segue, Matthew.
I mean, we act like this thing hasn't been bothered by things, and we know exactly what happened just because the half-life adds up to something else. Not to take a shot.
Actually, Matthew, conversation a couple weeks ago, or less than that actually, when I said like it really frustrates me when in a conversation, like when people are analyzing the Bible, they and JJ, I had this conversation with you as well, that I get annoyed when people have these very simplistic readings and they're not even willing to look into like the exegesis. They might be atheists and they don't believe in God and what have you, but there's not an like disagree with it, fine, but there's not an honest approach to that and that's kind of the same thing as this. Like you can not know what you're talking about, but sound really smart. Same thing with client assignments. I don't know why I can't say that word. You cannot know what the hell you're talking about when it comes to the climate and sound like you're like refuting these people.
Well, it's obviously because the devil is twisting your tongue. That's why you can't say it.
That's a possibility. You never know.
Okay. I was going for sarcasm.
I know. But it's just something that frustrates me. Like, and it's not just with religion. It's not just with climate. It's with politics. It's with a lot of these topics. Like, just the misinformation or just the lack of information and people who have strong views on things that they don't know a damn thing about.
Yeah.
This annoys me so much.
I fall in that category. I don't know a damn thing about dating rocks.
But you wouldn't propose. You wouldn't say you do though.
No.
You wouldn't enter a debate about that topic.
No.
You know more than you did earlier because I told you what a half-life was.
Yeah.
Do you remember what half-life is?
Yeah. It goes down into the daughter. Blah blah. I don't. It's hard to soak up all this information that I'm getting. To be honest, Lydia.
Well, if you have a clock that only lasts, it counts down from 8 hours, and that's all it ever does. It's a special clock. It has a special type of clock, and it only lasts for 8 hours. and you find one of these clocks, and the time on it reads 4 hours, you know that it was put there
4 hours ago.
4 hours ago. So there you go. So if you find another clock in a rock, and its clock says, it's 6 million years, and it's got 3 million years left, you know that it was put there 3 million years ago.
That was
Or
really
whatever.
excellent. That was really excellent,
Mm-hmm.
Brenda. That was a really wonderful. Thank you.
But still, how do you know it was put there? How do you know it was set there?
Because there's no magic.
I'm just saying, how do you know that it was set there at a certain time? And yeah,
Because they're they're just not magically, they just don't come about by magic. When that clock is comes, however it's brought about or placed somewhere, then it doesn't just appear.
I'm basically asking, how do we know when the clock was set down? And
Because you know how much the whole clock has on it. And so you look at what it has left and you subtract.
how do we know how much is the whole clock has on it? How do we know
Because the clock is the element itself, and how much of the element is present in a certain object.
I don't know. I still see a flaw in that.
What's the flaw?
I see we could have exactly what I just told you. That's the flaw. How do we know it was set at a certain time and set there? And
because each element has a different, to continue with the clock thing, each element has a different number of, I'll go with number of hours on it, or timer on it. Each element is a timer.
But yet we find different elements with different clocks.
Exactly, but we know what those are, and so we can we can look at lots of different clocks and see whether they say the same answer, and they do.
Because people have done experiments back in the laboratory to determine what the nature of these elements are. And so then you go out and you find a rock, and it's full of tiny little clocks, and only so many of them are left. Then you can make a reasonable inference on how many must have been there when the rock was formed. Because rocks are formed mostly by matter from the inside the earth or from sedimentation.
But how do we know what the earth is giving off? What if the earth is giving off like, let's say okay, we plant a seed and there's a tomato that has a certain amount of seeds, but a lot of times you get a tomato with way more seed than you ever expected or you thought was even possible. But for some reason, this tomato is full of these seeds because the earth gave off different seeds. And in this case, how do we know that? Oh wow, this was just concentrated. This was a concentrated event that had more half-life in it, or less thereof. See?
No.
Oh, you don't?
No, Matthew.
No, Matthew. Well, explain the no.
Something having more half-life?
Yeah.
What's the half-life, Matthew?
I don't know.
Okay. That's the problem.
No, there is no problem. But I'm going with the analogy, and I'm basically.
See, but if you
Matthew,
knew what a
Arcane
half-life is, you actually would not ask that question.
Arcane wants to come in, just so you know, Matthew.
Okay.
So if you have a chunk of rock that gets ejected from a volcano, came from deep in the earth, it's going to have a certain number of tiny little clocks inside of it. But that chunk of lava that cooled down became a rock. It's going to sit there and it's going to be ticking. And so then humans come along 1,000,000 years later, and they measure how many of the little clocks are inside of that rock. And they know, on average, how many should have been there. They have other ways of determining these things. And so they can make an estimation of how long ago it was that chunk of rock that was once inside the earth, how long ago it got thrown out of a volcano.
But still,
it's like with carbon-14 dating and wood, which the times are much shorter. You find a piece of a tree that's been buried, covered with earth, and has sat there for thousands of years. Well, we know on average how much carbon-14 is inside of a tree because people have done the work and they've measured it. And so they look at this piece of very ancient tree, and then they measure how many of the clocks, the radioactive clocks that are inside of it, how many are there versus how many should be there. And then they just do the math and they say, oh, well, it was 3,000 years ago. This was buried 3,000 years ago. It died. That's how they figure it out.
What if the dating is all wrong though, Brenda? Like I'm saying, okay, they think that they're getting the dates right just because they're measuring this substance, right? But that's not the case. They're just measuring carbon that's being churned out by the earth. And really there is no way to date the earth.
Well, sure there is. But they've been doing this. I mean, they didn't just do it with a single piece of carbon that was in the earth. They've done it hundreds of times. They've done the experiments to figure out.
But who's to say, yeah, they're correct?
Well, there's other people there are other scientists who have been working on the same issue, and they had different opinions, I'm sure, at the beginning. And people published different papers. And some of those papers, people, turned out to be true, and other ideas that people had turned out not to work. That's how science works. People have ideas. They propose that, oh, well, this is what I think happened, and here's what I expect to find. And so then they go out and they do the experiment, or they go out and they dig something up, or they go out and they take a sample, and they say, well, this is what I expected to find. I didn't find it. Sucks to be me. I lost this argument.
I don't know. I just say keep looking into it, and I will too.
Well, there's a book published many years ago, back in, I think, the 70s or 80s. It was called Lucy. It was published by the anthropologist who found Lucy. He was and a good deal of that book.
Richard Leakey.
Richard, was it Richard Leakey?
Yeah. In fact, he was here in '94, I think, and gave a speech at the university. I was there. It was awesome.
Well,
anyway, yes.
Yeah, I just remember the book, and I remember there was a huge section of the book devoted to radiometric dating, and he went into it in a lot of detail, but it was very. There wasn't a lot of math or chemistry in it, because I don't have degrees in that stuff. And it was very interesting. It was very good on how he explained how they figured those things out.
Farhan, didn't you say something about carbon dating before? How if it was submerged in water?
Oh yeah, I was giving a point earlier. I was talking about how one of the things that people noticed was that if you have a rock or something like that that's like really, really old, and you have it like in a running body of water, or maybe it's not running or something like that, it'll show up when you do testing as being really young. And this was actually like a known thing. So you could have a rock that like we know is like 10 billion years old that looks like it's like 1,000.
Okay. Well, like I said, I'll look into it some more. But yeah, it just seems, even though JJ says no, I'm just
Matthew,
saying,
with radiometric dating, you understand how something could seem to be younger than it is due to contamination and error, but it would be much harder to make something seem and date older, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
I heard Farhan. Yeah, I got a lot of study up on that, but really, I don't really care about that no more, because that's like me looking into the stars and saying I know, kind of. That's just me personally. I know when Mars was created. Huh?
You do?
I do.
Mars.
Yeah. Do we? Do we know how old Mars is?
I would imagine about as old as the solar system, I would guess.
Probably as old as the Earth, right? A little newer, a little older.
Yeah, off the top of my head, yeah, I would think so.
How old is the Earth again? I forgot.
4.5.
4.5 billion years. So Mars should be in that neighborhood because it was all just one big cloud of dust at one time. Then the sun formed from the cloud in the center, and then all the planets eventually coalesced into the. And there was shenanigans though. There was shenanigans.
So I got one thought about this though. Have you guys heard of you know how like the universe is expanding, and at some point people will look up into the night sky and they will not. I think they're only going to see that's approaching us, Andromeda. I think
there won't be any people then.
Yeah, that's going to be a long time.
I mean, yeah, okay, bad. Yeah, that's true. Let's suppose we were somehow there, like the human species.
We'll be fish people again then.
Well, let's suppose like we colonize like Voltron 7, and humans lived on Voltron 7.
Are you kidding? They're the worst.
Well, what's that one closest star?
The people's front of Voltron 6, of course.
If you're talking about the Andromeda Galaxy.
I was saying that like at some point, let's suppose hypothetically humans made it off of planet Earth after the sun blows up.
And the Andromeda Galaxy seems to be getting closer to us, right? It's a whole different galaxy though.
So what I was saying was that my understanding is that the universe is expanding, and at some point the expansion is going to be such that light from there's I think 3 galaxies that are within a close quote unquote range to us, and then like beyond that point a point will come when people will look up, and because of the expansion of the universe, they will only see those 3 galaxies and nothing else. And then a point will come with the expansion where people will look up in the night sky and they will only see the solar system and nothing else. And then a point will come where they'll only see like the sun or something like that and nothing else. So in other words, like
I just want to say good night. Good night. Good night. Good night.
Good night,
Lydia.
Lydia.
Have a great night.
Gonna go say hi to a friend of mine in another room for a little bit, and then I'm going to bed. Maybe.
Awesome.
Bye. Thanks for talking.
Yep.
Have a great night.
Good night.
What I was getting at was like that I watched like 3 videos on this very topic, and all of them said that we are in a special place in the age of the universe where we know, but people in the future will look up and they'll observe nothing, and so they'll say there's nothing. I have no evidence of anything. So my question kind of was that like perhaps there was an age of the universe before this, or maybe there was something that occurred and we just don't know about it because it's redshifted out of our perception. Does that make sense?
What?
Like, what if there was like what if like in the early universe there were other things that were there at one point, but those things have faded away, like the equivalent of like the heat death making them imperceptible to us, or not the heat death, the expansion making them imperceptible?
You're suggesting that there are galaxies that are beyond what we can see?
What if there's like particles that in making any difference to the universe, but that do exist? But do you know what I'm saying? Like just something. Who knows? I don't know what the hell it is.
I sort of know what you're saying, but I have no idea how I would. I don't have any idea how to say anything meaningful on that.
Yeah, I don't know even what you're saying.
I understand what he's saying.
Brenda, explain if you don't mind. I'm not articulate.
You're just saying, since the future people or future intelligence will find a universe which will lead them to an incorrect conclusion, perhaps we are reaching an incorrect conclusion based on our observations. But I don't know how you would determine that. I don't know how you would go about figuring out if that was the case or not.
You couldn't.
I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know.
You really don't know.
Is this similar to what Krauss has said? Is that what you're trying to represent, Farhan?
Krauss did say that, but I wasn't really arguing or for or against him. I was more just saying that like it's just an interesting thing to think about.
Yeah, just commenting on. I mean, I wondered if what Krauss had said about the cold death of the universe was what
he said that a time will come.
I think Krauss. I think if you gave your question after a lecture by Krauss, he would say that's a really great question. That's really interesting, and then he would say something smart, and it's the smart part that I have no idea what he would say. Well, I think it is a good question. I just have no idea how to answer it. I just don't know enough.
Yeah, me neither.
Yep.
But I mean, how could there be an answer to that? Because like, Ben, as you said, like, you don't have anything to add to that. It's just a thought, and that's probably true.
Well, you should attend a lecture by him or some other physicist and ask him that question.
Well, yeah, and I mean, we seem to see the edge of the universe, but we can't see where the center is.
There's no such thing as the center of the universe.
Yeah,
well,
it's
right.
It's expanding everywhere.
How can
I'm the center of the universe. I am. Nobody else is.
How can we discern an edge and not a center?
Well, I think the edge is just as far as we can see, right? I mean,
right.
That's just the limit of what we can observe.
Right.
I mean,
so if we can measure the edge in all directions, we can determine where a center would be, right?
It's a good thought.
Isn't the
But we
James
can't. The point. What's the point? Is we can't.
the James Webb is supposed to look back
It
further?
will be much better than the Hubble
Right. Yes.
because it's got better optics. I
That's
guess
exciting.
it can see in the infrared in ways that the Hubble can't right now. I think what would be what would happen if we found clear, unambiguous evidence of a non-human civilization on another planet. Say it wasn't too far away. Say it was 100 light years away. That's really close, actually. Maybe further. But it was like, yeah, we can see these. We can see this planet, and it's got to have life. Just however they would determine that it's got life on it. Maybe not intelligent life, but they know it's got life. I wonder how that would upset a lot of carts.
Well, first with denial, probably.
Yeah.
Carts.
Who would that
You
upset?
mentioned a civilization. I think that's interesting.
Why would anyone be upset about that? Wouldn't we be like ecstatic and like wanting to send them messages? Although it would be too far away.
A lot of people have religious or ideological commitments to us being the only intelligent life in the universe.
There was a survey on that very topic.
Really?
Yeah, they said by religious people or of religious people, and they said that basically no religious people, but a very, very, very small minority of religious people found that to be a disturbing idea. And the people who gave the survey were kind of like confused, and they were like, because the religious people.
What's the disturbing idea? Which idea is the one they find disturbing? That there was
not disturbing, but they expected that to be like a serious challenge for the faith of religious people, and they couldn't find it wasn't like the dominant opinion that it was problematic. Let me find it.
Well, quite a lot of the faith-based people on the internet, on the intertubes, who we debate, I think fall into that category. So maybe they're not particularly representative.
And it doesn't say in scripture that we're the only ones.
No.
That would be your answer.
Look, the internet community is not representative of
much of anything. No.
Yeah, normative religious tradition. It's not.
It's not a normative anything because it's predominantly white and predominantly adolescent.
I mean, when you think about it, the answer would be basically in Christian worldview would say, okay, there's other people, and I guess we're the ones that fail.
I'm trying to find the article.
Or we're the ones that failed to sin. How do we know? That would be cool, though.
Be awesome.
I think it would challenge a lot of people's beliefs. I think it really would.
I'm trying to find the survey. I can't find it, but basically none of it. Sorry.
Go ahead. I interrupted
you. The vast majority basically said it wouldn't really be a problem for them. When I say vast, I think it was like 80%. It wasn't like 99%.
I have my doubts that it would really pan out that way, though.
I guess it'd be different.
Well, to be honest, I think it would be very different. I think it would not sit well with the majority of human beings, just in general. We would find ourselves. There would only be a few people who would be comfortable Well, what are we talking about? The knowledge? Just the sheer knowledge? I think people would be okay with that, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But if
If
they
it's lizard people,
they came to Earth, I think that would be the problem.
but still, how does that? I mean, how does that disprove a god? Though? How how is that supposed to shatter God? Because you find different different inhabitants on another planet. Like, where did that life form come from? And then where did that life form come from?
Well,
Through another Darwinian means of evolution.
it would lend support to evolutionary theory.
I thought evolutionary was a fact.
Yeah, it would.
Like
It is a fact.
like-
You know the difference.
if we found another planet that had humans, like anatomically modern humans, like that would probably affect evolutionary theory. I'm pretty sure.
Because you would expect them to be pretty different, really, to be honest.
They spoke English like in Star Trek.
That would be a problem if they spoke.
Now, what if you find these people and they can't die? You try to blow them up, they can't die.
That would be a problem, since that would be a miracle.
You try to stab them, they can't die. That would prove scripture true.
That would not. It would be a miracle, though, wouldn't it?
That would say, "Hey, we are the ones that are dying here. They did not sin."
Yeah, that's not going to happen, is it?
You get what I'm saying, Farhan?
Yeah, I know. It's.
I was thinking, like, because there's animals that if you stab them or whatever, they'll regenerate. But you mean like literally, you can't? They can't die. Like you could nuclear bomb them and they would still be alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
They just can't die.
That won't ever happen.
Like Superman.
Yeah, won't happen.
I mean, the universe is a big place.
Still won't happen.
You never know.
I do know it won't happen.
Somewhere out there are the fish people.
The fish people?
In their flying teacups.
Well, what do you guys think about what's it called, that one panspermia,
Yeah.
where like other species spread like biology around the world or whatever the hell?
Maybe we're a farm and the farmers are going to come and collect their harvest, like in Signals. You saw that one by Mel Gibson?
Signs.
I haven't.
Oh, basically.
Signs, but that was a
Signs. I'm sorry. Yes,
that's
right.
an M. Night Shyamalan movie.
Damn it. But he was in it. He was in it.
Yeah, Mel Gibson is in it.
I was
yes.
close. I was close.
You're right.
Close.
So I don't mean to get into a conversation about free will versus determinism, or whether your mind is entirely a biology, or if there's an element of independence or whatever the hell. But I think probably the only thought that scientifically could actually really F with me, the knowledge that my mind, my consciousness was entirely chemical. Like if I definitively came to some realization that my brain was just, or my consciousness was purely in my brain, then that would probably F with me.
It is, though.
I might consider like suicide or like something like that at that point.
Why? Why would you consider suicide at that point?
I don't think I mean that literally, but I take that back. But it would F with me like at a deep level, because like it would be scary, because I don't want to lose my consciousness, and it would be like, what is my life worth? It has no value. Like I think those thoughts would come to my head.
Well, how do you gauge that your life does have value then?
Outside of, honestly, to be completely blunt here, man, outside of religion, I don't know what value would even mean.
Wow, I don't understand that at all.
Well, eventually, the universe will expand and everything will die the heat death, and there will be eternal night forever.
Cold death.
Right.
And that will be the end of that. So there you go.
Ultimately, none of it matters, Farhan.
Yeah.
Billions and billions of years from now, there won't be anything.
Right. Yeah.
Which means it doesn't have any meaning.
Well, isn't it true that scientists say that we're gonna get burned, probably by the sun?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
Oh yeah, locally.
the sun's going to expand and become a red giant eventually.
Scripture says that we're gonna burn too.
Show me where it says that. I'd be interested in that.
Well, even if it did, what does that say? What does that point to?
That could be pointing to the sun exploding. But
so the coincidence means something to you.
It's not a coincidence. It's already written in Scripture. How is that a coincidence?
Let me reload. I'll be right back.
Well, it's a coincidence that somebody wrote something about the people of the earth burning, and later on we found out that it looks like the sun will eventually explode and burn the earth.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
there's a coincidence there. How do you determine if there's any meaning behind that coincidence?
Well, how do you determine meaning?
Because it's there.
Well, doesn't the scripture say that the city of God is going to be put?
You give.
Doesn't the scripture say the city of God is going to be on earth?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, forever.
After the, I think it's after the fire, actually.
Well, the fire isn't 5 billion years in our future.
We're not. Well, yeah,
because that's when the sun is going to expand. It's something like on the order of 5 billion years in the future, I think. I could be wrong.
Something like that. It might even be like 10 billion years.
Yeah, I don't remember exact numbers.
It's not that far off.
15 billion years.
So that's a little bit different than you're saying.
In fact, it makes your coincidence seem insignificant. In fact, I say coincidence, and you're making a correlation between those two things that coincide. But the more we look at it, that correlation seems to be far less significant.
There it is. But the day of the Lord will come. Hold up.
Never mind. Yeah, I know what it says. It doesn't even matter what it says.
Well, I was looking up scripture.
Farhan wanted to hear it.
Yeah.
Put it on the side if you don't mind. I just want to read it. I mean, you can read it out loud, but I just want to get the reference.
All right. I got so many windows open.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off there.
There we go.
JJ, what I was asking was, what does meaning even mean? Like, how could anyone determine the value of a life or something like that in the absence of the belief in God? You know what I'm saying? Like, I would become a nihilist / solipsist if I didn't believe in God.
I don't know why you'd become a solipsist.
I don't either. Or, I mean, I'm not sure what you mean when you say nihilist either.
Like
lots of different kinds of nihilism.
Like I just wouldn't feel like there's any point to, like, okay, I get enjoyment out of programming, right? Which I really do. And okay, so I get enjoyment out of it. Like, to what ends? Like, what does that do? And it's just a chemical arrangement in my brain. And so if you reduce it, then you could say that what you ultimately value is this chemical arrangement in your brain. And then like you're reducing like all human emotions to just a particular formulation of, and then it's like the question is, why are one set of chemicals inherently better than another arrangement? And I don't think there's an answer to that.
I don't either. Well, I think the answer is there isn't.
There isn't, yeah. And so what I'm saying is, at that point, I would say then there's no value, if anything, because
no, there's no intrinsic value. You give things value.
So it's arbitrary.
Yeah, everything's fucking arbitrary.
Right. So if things get arbitrary to that degree, then they're meaningless. Basically, that's how I look at it.
But they're not, because we're social creatures. We relate, and we relate these values. We even determine these values collectively, whether it's just two guys.
But that's still, I mean, that still can be reduced to brain states, you know.
Of course it can.
Which again is our.
This can be shown.
So any value that we assign is reduced to brain states, and those brain states are arbitrary arrangements. And either way, have a good night, Brenda.
All right. Hello. You were talking about free will, right? Is this on that?
That's related. That's a related idea.
Okay. I could say I definitely can prove free will. You know how?
I don't believe you.
Okay. Well, suicide.
What about
No, but
it?
they would argue though that suicide.
Okay, you say suicide. That's not a very good argument.
I think so.
No, you haven't given it though. You've just said suicide.
Suicide, right there. Free will.
But you're just saying a word.
Free will.
Now, can you relate that word? Maybe put it in a sentence and relate it to how, and explain how it relates to free will.
If you want to give up, you can give up. If you that's a free will decision. Who's stopping the suicide? No one. You are free to take your life. That is free will. Would you agree?
In a sense, in the sense that you're using it, yes.
All right.
But I would say that decision was determined.
How?
You know, it's funny. I like the Amazing Atheist's view on this whole free will versus determinism point. He said whether or not we have free will or it's purely determinism through like the natural order of the world, it's irrelevant to me because as far as I'm concerned, in my own perception, I have free will. Whether or not my perception is just determined is irrelevant. I perceive it as such, and that's all that matters to me.
I agree.
That's exactly my view.
And I agree, and that's what Matthew was saying. And this is very related to why I said solipsism is not interesting.
What is solipsism? Since I'm learning tonight.
It's the brain in the vat.
It's the idea that you can't figure out like anything outside of your own mind. So like, for example, like right in front of me, I'm looking at a computer, right? Well, how do I know this computer is really here? Well, I'm looking at it. Well, how do I know that I'm not, as JJ just said, I'm in reality a brain in a vat, like in a jar, and then people aren't just sending my brain signals to think that this computer is really here, like I'm in the Matrix. But in reality, you know, it doesn't actually exist. The Matrix is probably a good example. Like, how do I know I'm not really in the Matrix? And I don't really know. All I have is my sense perception. All I have is my sight, taste, smell, whatever the hell.
Your experience.
My experience, right? And so this is what I always say to people who say empirical evidence. I say your empirical evidence is nothing but your personal experience. It might be a shared experience, but that's still just your own shared personal experience.
Right, and that's why, you know, when you present empirical evidence, you say is do you accept this empirical evidence? Do you accept this fact? Do you accept this rock is really a rock?
Yeah.
I'm jumping on you. I keep on interrupting you. Go ahead.
Yeah,
it's just a matter of, then you just have to come to agreement in terms, agreement in what you both accept.
That's why I said I think it's irrational or illogical to think you're.
But you're just saying that though.
How can you accept anything if you don't even know if you exist? How can you accept anything?
How could you not exist if you're experiencing existence?
How can you not exist if you're experiencing existence?
He's quoting Descartes. You think, therefore you you are.
Let me think that again.
That was great, actually.
You think, therefore you am.
Say it again, JJ.
What?
What you just said.
I experience
that, like,
existence, therefore I exist.
Your mere self-awareness is proof to at least yourself that you exist, because if you didn't experience anything, then you wouldn't exist to experience it. So therefore, at a minimum, you exist.
And that's solipsism.
Here's how you know you're not just a brain in a vat. Because your parents had sex and made you.
How do you know that?
How do you know that? Because you have your birth certificate.
You're just experiencing your birth certificate.
Your mother gave birth to you.
Your brain sitting in a vat could just be sending signals that make you think that those things are real. That's the whole thing about the brain in the vat. That's the whole thing about...
You came from nothing. You came from no brain to a brain.
What?
You came from nothing to a brain.
Who says that?
Because before you were born, you were in your dad's ball sack. That's why.
That's just your experience.
You didn't experience anything until your dad busted a nut.
No, but you experienced learning that is true.
I hate it when people phrase it that way.
Busting a nut.
No, like when people talk about
Matthew, you're just not understanding that all we have is experience. Now, when we break it down, all we really can know is that we are experiencing an existence.
Yes, but we are also experiencing an existence coming from non-existent.
No. What?
We first weren't existing, and then now we are existing.
How did you come to that? I don't mean to ask that question because you won't answer it, but
I will answer it, because your mom and dad remember a time before you existed. And she birthed you.
You remember that you have experienced learning that your mom and your dad remember a time, blah 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 blah. That's the whole point.
I don't care what you say, Jay. That is a defeater.
No, it's not.
How is that not a defeater, man? Your dad.
If you're Neo and you're in the Matrix, how do you know you're in the Matrix? Because your mom and your dad say that they birthed you? No, you're in the Matrix. The Matrix is making you think that happened. That's what solipsism is.
So your mom went through 9 months and she just experienced what the Matrix.
That's what the Matrix is telling you. No, your mom may not even exist. That's the point. Your mom and your dad might just be part of the program in the Matrix.
That is uber skepticism.
Yeah, that's why it's nonsense.
Yeah, it's
nonsense to even entertain, really, in my opinion.
So you agree with me?
But it's still valid. You don't have a defeater for it. I just think there's no point in entertaining the idea. There's nothing illogical or irrational about it.
I think so.
But you haven't shown that.
But what I'm saying though is, JJ, is that when I look at atheism, I'm not trying to get into an argument here, but when I look at atheism and I say that I feel as if they were consistent in their thinking, then they would arrive at solipsism. And I don't think they're consistent. I don't think.
I think most atheists will.
But you don't.
But most atheists then will say that, like I do, there's not much point in considering it.
Meaning, like, okay, we can argue that, but it doesn't get us anywhere, like in terms of life.
Yeah, there's no point in entertaining the idea. It's not informative.
It's not.
But then,
if you are in the Matrix, you still experience whatever this matrix is, and you've learned from your experience in the matrix, if you put your hand in the fire, you're going to feel pain and it's going to burn. Whether that's real or not, or just the matrix programming your brain in a vat to think that, is irrelevant.
But JJ, though, like I guess what I'm saying, though, is that isn't it an arbitrary point to reject the belief in God because of that very reasoning, but then of solipsism because it doesn't get us anywhere? Someone could make that same argument and say, like, well, where does atheist get us? It doesn't really get us anywhere.
It doesn't.
Like, to me, it seems like an arbitrary cutoff.
Where does atheism get us?
Yeah,
atheism. All atheism does is free people from superstition.
I mean, I could make the argument that what does rationalism
atheism breaks down barriers that keep us from progress.
Hold on, he just answered the question, Farhan. Atheism makes you think foolishness.
What?
Yeah, that is foolishness to think you are a brain in the vat or a matrix or in the matrix. Think about it. It comes down to me telling you that, hey, your mom and dad knew a time before you existed, had sex, birthed you. You have birth certificate from a hospital showing that you were born, your baby footprints on the piece of paper, that boom, you were born into this world. Then you remember growing up with your parents and they tell you all the stories about the time. Everyone is individually different, where we have, different experiences with these parents. And now I am 34. I've aged 34 years, and they want you to whittle that down to say, no, you brain in a vat, or you're in the matrix, and you're just experiencing something. It's basically a release of logic. That's what it is.
No, you misunderstand.
Down into the rabbit hole of, I don't know if I even exist. What is that?
That's not a claim, though. It's not typical, at least.
Yeah.
JJ,
like I said, solipsism is knowing that at least you exist.
JJ, what I'm saying, though, is that the way I look at it, that if let me be a little verbose here. I feel that if somebody follows those thoughts to the logical conclusion, and you've acknowledged that this is true, that they would arrive at solipsism. However, that's not informative, so therefore we accept certain things that we can't necessarily prove. And you're saying that, then the accusation that I would say is, isn't it arbitrary to reject the belief in God but not reject the belief in rationalism? And like the rational mind, that these things exist around us in reality. And you're saying no, because the difference between the two is that rejecting the belief in God has a positive utility in our own lives, whereas rejecting the belief in anything doesn't provide us anything. Is that essentially what you're saying?
Maybe. I'm not exactly sure what you're conveying.
To me, I've always felt that this was a hypocrisy that I saw.
Well, let's go back. You said,
and I think you're saying that the hypocrisy is not hypocrisy because there's actually a benefit in rejecting certain things, but not all things. That's what I'm gathering from you.
Well,
or taking.
So when you say atheist, right? And oh my God, this is only something I like to talk about to troll people. I would say most honest atheists would claim to be agnostic, to me.
There you go.
But I mean, use loosely atheist. I mean, I know what an atheist is. An atheist is somebody who either says I don't believe there's a God, or I believe there are no gods. Same thing to me. I understand the difference, but the difference is not very significant to me. But if they're being honest, they kind of have to say, I don't know, right?
Mm-hmm.
The agnostic position. When you get more specific, there are logical arguments against specific deities, right? So, I mean, and again, I really enjoy saying that I don't believe in atheists.
Do they get pissed off at you?
Huh?
Do they get pissed off at you?
Sometimes. You're
So what I
all
was
just
saying was-
you're all just reprobate pantheists.
So, all right, I actually do want to ask you about that, but what I was going to say was, is that would you accept that solipsism, if people were to take their skepticism to its full conclusion, is where you would arrive? Whether or not it's informative or not, whether or not it's pointless or not, that people would arrive at that conclusion?
Yeah, I mean, it's a same thing of how do you know that 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 you know. Stop me, please.
Right. Okay, but then the reason why we don't do that is because what am I going to get if I'm a solipsist? I can't live my life like that. So I need to believe in God. I need to believe in, or not God, but something.
Well, you can live like that, but when you live like that, it typically won't be any different than if you weren't.
Okay, so you're saying that someone can be a solipsist philosophically?
Yeah, if you go ahead and believe that, yeah, you're in the matrix, then you're in the matrix. I mean, how are you going to live your life any differently?
So I'll tell you my personal beliefs is that
that's a question. Why would you live your life any differently?
Oh,
if you decided that you were a brain in the matrix,
you would.
I guess I wouldn't live my life differently.
If I learned,
that's what I'm saying. There's no real point in entertaining the idea.
I would. Hold up. I would
now.
I would live.
And that's the difference.
Can
then
you hear me?
Between yes, but just 1 second though.
Hold up. I want to.
Okay, reply. Please.
I want to reply to that. How would I live my life differently if I found out I was in the matrix? I would try to find a way into the matrix, just like the movie. Go ahead.
No, you're already in the matrix.
No, I'm
How
talking.
Would you find yourself?
You would try to do what Morpheus did.
He's saying there's no way you can get out. Like you're just in it. You just were like, okay, I'm in it, and you can't get out of it.
You're in the matrix, and you don't actually know you're in the matrix, but you've decided to believe you are in the matrix because you can't prove that you're not in the matrix.
Okay.
You're not Morpheus, Matthew.
Continue. Go ahead.
So there's not really. I mean, there's a big difference then between that and an atheistic position of either believing there are no gods or not believing there is a God, however you want to put it.
So I have a disconnect between my philosophy, if you will, my personal philosophy, and my beliefs. So I think that if I were to apply my own philosophy, what I just said about the whole solipsism thing, I really do believe like that's the only thing we can conclude is solipsism. We can't, like, I exist, that's it. So, but I say, like, I don't know, quote unquote, that this glass that I'm holding in my hand is actually here. I believe it's here. That's how I look at it.
Well, and I mean, I hope you can comfortably say you know it's there because you're experiencing it.
No, I don't think so.
And you've learned through your experiences that you can interact with that object you call a glass. You can smash it against your head, and you can typically predict what the outcome will be. Your head will hurt. It might bleed. So, I mean, you should be able to comfortably say you know
Yeah.
That there's a glass in your hand.
Exactly.
Okay,
Even if
so-
it's
so
just
like
a
that-
matrix glass.
Yeah, this is that terminology difference. This is what I'm saying. Like there's a dissonance, if you will, or a disconnect between my philosophy and what I believe. When I say I know, I really mean that I believe that it's here. I'm just saying that all I have is my experiences. That's it. Full stop.
No, you should.
This is
Get to
semantical, but
know.
it's not semantical.
Well, you should get to know. Get to knowing, buddy.
I don't see that.
Familiarize yourself with some terminology.
I don't know that. I don't know that I believe that it's a no thing, that I'm just refusing to term that
Do
way.
you really not know, or you just not believe it?
Hold up. And then plus, if you
What? I lost.
you know, because things make you sick too. If you were in the Matrix, why would you get sick from?
I mean,
Because the Matrix wants you to think that that's what happens. Matthew,
Yeah,
I don't know why you don't understand this.
I'm giving it deep thought. I wish I would have lit a joint, but I don't smoke anymore.
I'm thinking about taking my medication right now, actually.
So my thought is this, though, and maybe you can shoot me down or you can confirm it, or whatever. Well, we'll see. Is that like there are certain spiritual practices that people do, and I think this is the only argument for religion. I don't buy any of these like ontological this and blah blah blah. That is experience. So like, in other words, there might be a person who goes into a mandar, for example, and then does puja and then Hindu worship, and then experiences God and His presence, or experiences something, right? And every time he or she does this, has that a similar or same experience. To me, that is akin to every time I drink water, I'm satiated.
That's the premise. I'm close to. I know people would say it's a fallacy, but Christians have an experience, right? So we hear the word and we accept the word and we believe the word, and every last Christian. That's why another thing I don't understand is why we say there is no true Christian. If a Christian doesn't have a testimony of their faith and their experience, that's the sign of not a true Christian. Now,
but as a Christian, you experience God in some way, right? Like, I mean,
yeah.
I don't claim to know your level of experience or whatever, but you have some level of like, I'm experiencing God at this moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm saying, to me, that experience that you have is no different essentially than I tasted this, I know it's sweet. Because at the end of the day, it's just a perception that I have.
No.
It's no different than any other perception. It's the perception of sweetness, the perception of God, same thing.
The reason why I say it's more than a perception is because the Christians, every Christian I know has this exact experience. Like you are convicted of your sin. You are knowing that you need saving, and you accept the hand that is reached out to your saving, and it is Jesus Christ. Now, and then we have brothers and sisters that will tell you, like Nephilim just said this out of the blue. He was telling his experience. He said the sky was bluer, the grass was greener, the trees, and I've heard JJ say, well, atheism, they say they once they are free of religion, everything's brighter and crisper, blah blah blah. But this is experience.
That's actually not what I said, though.
Somebody said that. I forgot who said it. But anyways, in Christendom, we all have had this experience with the Holy Spirit. That's why we speak about the Holy Spirit. That's why in Christendom, I can use that in philosophy without anybody saying it's a fallacy. If I'm talking to Christians, of course, everybody else is going to doubt and be skeptical, but we can use that as a premise in a deductive philosophical argument. But nobody accepts it here on G+.
So that actually, I would actually agree with what you said there. That the same way that enough people have said that I taste sugar and it tastes sweet, and the only thing we can say is that is your experience. When there's groups of Christians that say that I had this spiritual experience with Jesus, we could disagree about what that experience was or whatever, how we interpret it, whatever the hell, right? But I'm not just going to say, I don't believe your experience. Mm-hmm. Or I'm just going to belittle it as a brain fart or something like that. No, I would say that you actually had a spiritual experience. Like I would affirm that personally. Mm-hmm. And there's a lecture I listened to yesterday, in fact, on what's called the perennial philosophy that pretty much says the same thing, that God, it's not negating their own faith to say that a person of a different faith is truly experiencing something. Then that is my position.
But yeah, see, the thing is, like, I've quit trying to or being over bearing on people, trying to it's not up to me. God will come to them in their own time. That's how I feel about it now. I mean, I've done, like, right now I don't even feel compelled to tell you guys anymore. I've done it enough. I poured it out. Nobody has told me, hey man, you know, your testimony. I have heard people say that my testimony touched them, but I haven't heard any. I haven't seen no conversions or nothing. So I have dusted off the sandals, so to say. And right now it's just me, just a man, talking to you guys. It's really been said and done with me, and plus I've been sinning, so I don't feel too close to God right now, and it's basically my fault because
I don't either.
I turn my back on him a lot. So, but I have felt in the Holy Spirit recently, and that was about a month or two ago. Me and one of my brothers were reading the scripture, and we were finding some real interesting stuff, like Cain and Abel, and how they were once in the animal kingdom. They could talk to the animals, and we had it broke down. We had it broke down to the point where it wasn't even a miracle, because at first we were in the animal kingdom and we were talking to animals and stuff like it was nothing until we bit of the forbidden fruit. And there we were. We walked away from God. Not saying we walked away from faith, because Adam still went and talked to the Lord. But when the scripture says that he basically didn't, God said you used to enjoy coming to see me. Now there's something wrong with you. And not in those words, but he didn't enjoy the presence of the Lord like he used to no more. So, and here's a study that I've been on recently, and me and Doctor were talking, right? Me and the doctor were talking, and it came down to this. There was basically I said that I believe that we have objective morality in the beginning of our life when we are children, and then we become subjective, right? We become subjective through the world. And then he kept talking to me about, well, basically the end, to make it short, he said, well, basically, if the world is causing you to be subjective, there had to be one first, a corrupter. If one person is corrupted by another, there had to be an original corrupter. And that goes down all the way through cannibalism. Like we were talking about cannibals and all that, and it came down to just those. With me, that's what it came down to. In the last statement that we said that we talked to, he said, and I don't think he agreed with me. We walked away saying we disagree, but it came down to if the world is shaping morality and yeah, basically shaping our morality to be subjective, there had to be like the first cannibal. There had to be the first one to corrupt this.
What about the idea that morality isn't like objective or subjective? Like it isn't like this or that. What if it's like a spectrum? So like, what if like there's certain things that for whatever reason we definitively define, like clearly define as evil?
A spectrum of
And then
what?
like, so like in other words, there are certain things that are firmly universally condemned, and then there are certain things that are like up for interpretation. Okay, so like I'll give you an example. I don't consider it a lie to give a white lie. I don't with that at all. You know, and that's however you define a white lie. But people in this very room say that no, you're if you say you do white lies, that's an immoral act. And I don't think so. So like
Of
there's
course
certain
not.
things that are,
A lie is a lie, but not all lies are bad or good.
well, you agree with me, but some of the folks that were here were saying no, I think they're all bad.
That's just
And
that's just cognitive dissonance.
You say you don't believe in objective morality, but when a child is born and a child is basically coming up in the world, how does that child act? Majority of the times.
Well,
let me rephrase that. What I mean
that
is
child at what age though?
Okay, 5 years old. Let's say 5 years old tops.
Because 5-year-olds act differently than 3-year-olds, right?
You could go to 3. Well, 2 years old is when you really start talking a little bit, trying to talk.
Yes.
So around 2 years old, what do children do around that time of age? Don't most
tell me, enlighten us.
Well, if I take little JJ to the park and he's 2 years old, he's gonna play with all the kids. He's not gonna subjectively say, no, I'm not gonna play with you because you're fat or you're black or you're Mexican or you're Christian or you're Muslim. He's just gonna go to the park and play and grab the first kid and, hey, my name is, or blah blah blah. What's your name? What your name is? That type of stuff. Like
no, but that's
hold up, let me finish. And then
okay.
after that, mommy or daddy says, hey, you don't play with that Muslim, or hey, you don't play with that black kid. Hey, you don't do this, you don't do that. And then that kid is injected with the world's morality or subjectivity.
I've said this before. Our morality is first shaped by generally our parents and other adults around us, to some extent peers as we get older.
But if they were left alone,
teachers,
if they were left alone,
and more broadly our society, if they were left alone, what?
If we were never corrupted, do you think that?
Well, what do you mean corrupted?
Corrupted by saying subjective. By subjective.
It's always subjective.
No.
JJ, what he's saying is that like people inherently know at some base level that there's like a core level of morality, and society is what corrupts us to stray away from that.
How is he demonstrating that?
He is saying
by a child playing with anybody?
Like racism, for example, racism is a learned concept, he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
you wouldn't grow up doing that until your parents told you, hey, don't play with that black kid.
Is racism bad?
Yeah.
How do you know that? Why do you say racism is bad?
Damn it, JJ.
Because
this is real, dude.
This is why. Why is racism bad? Because you're cutting out a certain race up to play with.
Why is that bad?
Because they are no different than you are.
So what's bad about it?
Once you're racist, you are you're basically hurting someone's feelings and telling them that you're better than them, which you're not.
So you're just going to go full SJW then?
No, just because, I mean, you...
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you...
are you trolling, JJ? Are you trolling right now?
Not that last line I was, but no, I mean, the point is that it's just subjective. You know, I say racism is bad. You know why?
Why?
Because I don't like it.
Why don't you like it?
I think it's well, for me it's not useful. It's I don't like it because I'm not racist, I guess. And
I'm racist.
I see racism bring out what I think I would call ugliness in other people. But generally, I just don't like it, so I can say it's bad.
Let me slightly change.
There's nothing objectively wrong about it, though.
No, I think it is because you're not like that already. Somebody's injecting that into you.
Better than anything, though. You can't objectively prove morality.
That's what
There's nothing objectively wrong with murder.
Well, yes, there is, because murder is defined as wrong.
Okay, see that right there is definitional games, because you could be like, well,
then don't say the wrong word. We have.
Oh, come on. Ugh. Whatever. You know what I mean. I don't know how to.
No. It's that
unwarranted killing.
You're using a loaded term.
Okay, fine. Okay, arbitrary,
There's nothing objectively wrong about killing. Right?
When I said I was racist, by the way, I don't mean like I'm some raging like KKK member. What I meant by that is that I probably have some predispositions in me, and they probably at some level affect the way I am with people. But I'm not proud of it though, and it's not something
You're not very, very nice to Whitey, man.
Specifically you, JJ. I'm not a fan of you.
Oh, are you racist? A little bit.
What I mean by I'm racist is like I probably have some subtle racism in me that like is just deep down inside. But it's not like I'm like a raging KKK member. It's like I'm not happy about the fact that I have these thoughts.
Against who?
I don't know.
Matthew,
I don't even know who.
Just don't let Farhan try to show you his suitcase clock.
No, I think I'm actually like unracist against black people. I don't know who. But I'm just saying like I know for a fact that when I look at certain people's, I'll have like a subtle like my initial thought will be something.
Oh yeah.
You know, and then I'll have to like say, Farhan, don't think that way. That's not a good way of thinking.
Oh, we all got that though. We all, every human. That's why
prejudice.
That's why I don't like when atheists try to say that they're all goody two shoes, because I'm not goody two shoes, and I know that me and every other human share qualities, and I don't think any of us are good. Sorry.
No one is good except for, what is the expression in the Bible?
God.
There's an exact verse. It's like, don't say you're good. No one is good but the Father, or something like that. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that's what Jesus said to the man that came up to him. He said, "Good master." He said, "Why do you call me good? No one is good but Father." And when you think about it, really, we all got skeletons in our closet. Every last one of us.
Every saint has a past and every sinner has a future.
I would say besides people with retardations though from birth, there are some people that are pretty pure around us, but they have to be they have to have retardations or some type of illness.
They still take the cookies from the cookie jar when they're not supposed to.
They don't know right from wrong. Therefore, they bear no responsibility, I don't think.
There was a video I was watching of a little kid who's hitting a piñata, and the piñata looked like a boy about his age. So he like hits the piñata like lightly, taps it a couple times. He puts the stick down and then goes and hugs the piñata.
I'm pretty sure that's a piñata of Elmo.
Elmo. It was the most adorable thing I've ever seen, but it's like
it is, and the whole world has seen it. I'm pretty sure it's a Elmo piñata though. Kid didn't want to hit Elmo because he loves Elmo.
No, but he thought it was a little boy though.
No, he thought it was Elmo. Who doesn't love Elmo?
Yeah, I love
okay. I also don't think I developed what's the word where like when people say like, oh, I'm racially colorblind or whatever. I really think I was racially colorblind until my junior year of college, when I started to see people segmenting based on cultural identity, and then it started to occur. Yeah,
that's probably the same with me, but not so much at all. I mean, I grew up in very rural, integrated, multicultural place all through high school. I mean, I'm pretty damn white, and I went to parties where I was the only white person there.
I can see that.
I just don't give a shit about color.
I got plenty of white friends, and my brother has a friend from Minnesota too. It'd be pretty cool if you knew him, but I know Minnesota's a big place.
You know what? A friend of mine is actually coming down to St. Louis. We're not really good friends. We really just only met over the summer, but he's a good dude. And we're Facebook friends. And he rented a car and was trying to get somebody to drive this car he rented down just for a quick trip. Just get out of the city. His father, they didn't really know very well, just died recently. So anyway, he couldn't, over the past couple of days, I was seeing him saying, who wants to do this with me? Who's got a license? And I think he went by himself. I'm not even sure if he just took anybody, but he decided he was going to drive, even though he didn't have a license.
Wow. From where to where?
From here down to St. Louis.
How far is that drive?
I don't know. 600 miles, maybe.
So I was actually going to go camping or backpacking tomorrow, but my friend and I just canceled it. But about 2 weeks ago, weekend, and I was like, anyone want to go backpacking? And nobody said yes. So I was like, F it. And I went in the cold in an extremely remote place. I went solo backpacking overnight.
Oh, really?
Overnight?
Overnight, right? Yeah.
That's cool.
That's insane.
Yeah, that's the second time I've done that.
I bet you kept your gun.
Oh, I was carrying. Definitely.
Yeah.
And actually, I chose the trail because it was it's listed as isolation level is out of 5, 1 through 5. It was a 6.
Oh yeah. Before I forget, Farhan, maybe that I do believe in adaptation, and if you maybe that's in your genes to have that kind of bigotry or racism towards a certain race because maybe how they did your people before you.
I think it's learned for me personally.
I mean, because there's a study if a pit bull bites his master and the master kills that dog, eventually the pit bulls aren't going to bite the master anymore. And I think that's proven fact that they don't turn on master no more.
That's over a species though. This is like universities, and the first one intermixed and whatever. And then at the second one I went to, I transferred, and the people there segmented by national identity. And I noticed that a lot more, and I noticed it. I never was able to get it out of my mind. That's really what happened. Because the MSA, I was part of the Muslim Student Association, and that is like freaking United Nations. Like, it's extremely, extremely diverse. And people didn't care where you were from. Like, we just talked and hung out, whatever. When I went to another university, there were so many Muslims there that people began to segment based on like this group or that group or this group or that group. And sometimes they didn't culturally get along.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when I noticed it. And I was like, oh, wow. And since then, I've never been able to shake that attitude.
Where are your people from?
Pakistan. Or India. Same thing.
Were they ever... Go ahead, Jay.
I just want to say Pakistan again.
Pakistan.
Pakistan. Say it right.
You know what's funny? My lady friend, she makes fun of me because she's like, you don't even say it properly because you say Pakistan, ta, like that. And it's not ta, it's ta. Pakistan. But I grew up saying it the wrong way and I can't get it out of me.
Pakistan and not Pakistan. Pakistan.
Yeah, it's the ta. But I say it ta.
Mm-hmm.
It's because yeah.
Pakistan.
I'm looking at you.
Anyways, did your people ever what, Matthew?
Well, I was going to ask, were they bombed? Were they at war with a certain race over a long period of time? Or
the dirty Indians?
Yeah. No, not just the Indians. The Indians, the Pakistanis are Indians. They there's a conflict between the North and the South used to have wars. So India is divided into two broad regions, which is called the Aryan. And that's where the root word Aryan comes from. So whites are not Aryans. Aryans are North Indians. And the Aryans or the Aryans fought against the South, which is called the Dravidians. So like 1 billion years ago, this was a war that they had. Series of wars. And then after a while, they stopped fighting.
Oh.
Not literally 1 billion.
Iran. Hold up. What was Pakistan before it was called Pakistan, though? Was that part of
it? Was called
Persia? Was that part of Persia?
It was part of India.
Part of India.
Yeah, it was Hindustan.
Oh, okay.
And actually, the name Iran comes from Aryan, because Aryan, like I said, Aryans are not white people. Aryans are people from, and then the Iranians have adopted that name as well, because a lot of the Aryan blood went to Iran.
How do you know these things?
I just read a lot of history.
No.
Yeah, it is known, Matthew. It's been written.
I believe.
Also, you know why white people call themselves, and I hate to sound like I'm racist towards white people, but the reason why they call themselves Caucasian, because the Caucasians are the Caucasus Mountains, right?
Yep.
It's because during the Ottoman Empire, the Ottomans thought that the Caucasian people were like really attractive, beautiful people, and they thought that was like the purest expression of whiteness in the world. And so the Europeans took the idea and they ran with it, and they said that the original white people were from the Caucasus. These are the purest people. Theories, and so they called themselves Caucasians as a sub-race of the Caucasian peoples. That was how they saw it. So they're not actually Caucasians. Caucasians are totally different. But that's how they perceived it.
Because they're silly.
But I don't mean to like.
No, it's all, I was thinking about I've always been amused by that whole Aryan thing. Like, do you have any idea what you're actually saying? No, obviously don't. They have no idea. They're talking about themselves as Persians and North Indians. So.
Well, yeah, and their notion of Aryanism is from Blavatsky, and what grew out of that idea, which of course originated with the Eastern mysticism.
Yep.
Ironically.
Yep.
explain
But
that.
what it was is Blavatsky went out, took Eastern mysticism, conglomerated it with all this shit, and then brought it back to India, and somehow, like it's all messed up.
Well, and because the Aryans were lighter complected, right?
Mm.
Especially when you contrast them with the Dravidians, or even non-Persians, I guess. She took that and decided they were white, and then it got spread through the Theosophists.
Yeah, the Theosophists. But the thing is, I wasn't even really aware of the racial aspect of it. I was thinking more of the philosophical side of it, and like just the messing around that they did, that she and her ilk did with Hinduism and Buddhism, and how she brought it over, corrupted it, and sent it back, and so it like infected where it came from.
Can you guys explain to me who this Helena Blavatsky is?
A kook.
Yeah, a very, very big kook who fucked a lot of stuff up.
Turn of the century mystic.
How did she? Was she like a racist or something?
Probably, I guess.
It was mostly. I mean, have you heard of Kundalini yoga and all that stuff?
I haven't, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's basically there. I mean, she's not responsible for that. That was like Yogi Bhajan, but he definitely was influenced by her. It's kind of a rewriting of the whole base of Eastern philosophy, aside from mostly the Indian stuff, I guess. I don't know. It's just it conglomerates a whole bunch of stuff into a new narrative, which isn't accurate.
Just glance her Wikipedia page, Faran.
Yeah.
You know,
Sure.
She's mentalist, spiritist, spiritualist. It's really like the beginning of the New Age, to be honest.
There's.
Did you know that there's a? Sorry, go ahead.
That's it. I was gonna say, there's another story that's been passed down through the ages that white people came from the albinos in Africa.
Well, then why do I have dark hair and light skin and I tan?
Oh, look, listen.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. It has nothing to do with albinism.
Oh, look. Let me explain the story first before you refute it.
Well, okay.
All right. There's a saying that they used to toss albino babies, or I think they didn't toss them off a cliff, but they tossed them like into the water, and then therefore
they probably still do.
Therefore, you get Vikings in boats, and then there you go. The Vikings were the original white people,
and that's how the tiger got its stripes.
Oh my goodness!
Funny thing, I'm dead serious.
Oh my gosh, Matthew, please no.
Yeah.
An albino baby, like floats on a coconut shell, and so then it meets another albino baby, and they make nookie, and so their child knows how to make boats. Is that
albino
what you're saying?
Baby nookie, coconut boats.
I'm like, what are you talking about?
That's a true story that's been passed down through time.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
You guys know
and yet that's the first time I've ever heard that before. That's amazing.
Yeah. He said, "Why not?" My dad tells me that too. My dad tells me that. He says, "Why the hell do you think that them Vikings were hell on the water?"
You know that, like, just because you float on a boat, okay, why do you think that floating on a boat would mean that the next generation would know how to make boats
Mhm.
It's not genetic.
It's not that I believe that
That
story,
knowledge. Good. I'm glad to hear that.
but it is a
Very
story
glad.
passed down through some of his people, I guess.
The nation believed that, that the white race was created by an evil scientist named Yakub, who did it to like destroy them, something like that. Yeah, we're not the same religion.
And my
That's
mom
funny.
is, so I
Would
can't,
never have guessed that.
I can't think.
You don't wear enough bow ties.
Yeah, I don't have bean pies. Although I've hung out with the nation
Yeah.
a couple times actually.
Oh, the nation is apparently now Scientologist. So, you know.
What?
So,
Right? Wow.
What?
yep.
Yeah, that's
No,
true.
what?
Oh, yeah, it's true. It's been a few years now.
What are you talking about?
Nation of
It's like a
Islam.
mix of the two.
Farrakhan. Yeah, Farrakhan is like all into being like audited and shit.
Shut up.
Oh, it's true.
What? No, come on.
Yeah,
I'm having a mental crisis here. What are you talking about? Farrakhan has become a Scientologist?
He has at least adopted a whole lot of their practices and has told his followers to be audited. Yes, sir.
Audited for their Thetan count?
So according to this article, although he stresses that he is not a Scientologist, but only a believer in Dianetics and the theories related to it. Wikipedia.
There's no difference between those two things.
Dianetics.
No, there's a difference.
That's absolutely true.
No.
There is not a difference. Scientology is of Dianetics.
Yes, Scientology is the same thing as practicing or adhering to the ideas of Dianetics.
Okay, I spoke too soon. Let me step back.
He's just parsing words to make it sound like he's not a Scientologist, but he's adopting the tenets of Scientology.
That's disgusting.
Okay, can you believe like in the idea that there's like, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, by the way. Can you believe like there's like stress or something like that, like in the brain, and that like psychologists are like a social experiment against people, whatever the hell, and all the different aspects of Scientology, but not actually believe in the metaphysical aspects? Is that possible?
I don't. I know that before you hit OT3, you don't know about the whole Xenu part of it. You don't know anything about aliens until you hit OT3. So a lot of Scientologists don't know about that. But of course, everybody in the universe knows about it now. But so it'd be really hard for me to imagine that he doesn't know about that stuff if he is remotely paying attention to anything, since I have never touched a Dianetics book or a auditing can, but I know all about their mythology.
I wonder if
one thing I'll say about
if the videos of the leaked videos of their inside lectures are still available. They were at one point, and they're pretty crazy.
You know, one thing I'll say about Louis Farrakhan is that he is not a stupid person. Like, he's actually pretty well educated.
Yeah, I don't even think he's really crazy. I think he's just an asshole.
Yeah.
Sometimes I listen to his talks.
Now, the one thing, I've never been a big fan of his, but I mean, the one thing that I did think was good is that he spoke inspirationally, at least to empower people, especially, black people. But other than that,
right.
I think that he was doing that for his own purposes, honestly, for selfish reasons.
Like, I adored Malcolm X. Different thing, though. I think he got sucked into.
Totally different.
Yeah. Farrakhan did something weird.
Well, a lot of people think Farrakhan had him killed.
Yep.
Or helped. I shouldn't say had him, but helped.
Ordered him to.
I think that's quite possible.
Actually, there's one interview I saw. Well, it's a couple years old now, and Farrakhan says that I wish I had phrased what I meant. Listen to the substance of what he says. It's not even controversial, but the way he says it, it's like, dude, you're coming off like a racist. Like, I don't need the help of the cracker. Like, he'll say stuff like that. What he really means is that black community should help themselves. So he said in one of his talks later on, he was like, I regret the way that I expressed myself that pissed people off, when the substance of what I was saying could have been communicated another way. I bored the room.
It's disheartening to hear you try to carry Louis' water, though, Farhan.
I don't have to agree with everyone who has aspects. I mean, there's even stuff that Iron says.
I'm just teasing you, Farhan.
I should have guessed. You know, I'm actually really torn about someone like Iron. Because there's like lots of stuff he says that I'm like, yeah, I'm down with you on that. And then there's stuff I'm like, yeah, that's the line right there. Struggle that actually does sometimes bother me.
I don't even believe him. No.
What do you think about nationalism?
I think it's stupid.
I don't think there's anything wrong with nationalism. I mean, to me though, nationalism is just, not globalism. But and this is what Dio, I think, and I were talking about, is that he and others define nationalism as like the Nazis, where you got to be a pure nation of Germans, a pure nation of, and for him, I think it's just a pure nation of white people. I mean, it was basically comes down to the color of your skin, which is typically determined by other things. But, where do you draw the line then? So, I mean, to me, nationalism is just a sense of, it doesn't have to really be isolationism, but a cohesion among the state. What's that?
I think of it as a reification of groups which we artificially made, and fine, it makes it easier to organize ourselves. But I think that people start to see those lines as like realities when they're not.
I think it's vanity, actually.
What's vanity?
Vanity is.
No, you think what is vanity?
Dio and Iron's dream of the future. I think even if they were to get everything they dreamed, the white utopia, they would still find a way to mess it up. And they wouldn't be.
Well, then it would come down to what color your eyes were, or how curly your hair was, or what shape your fingernails were, which is my whole point about the arbitrariness of choosing skin color as the defining feature.
I mean, when you think about it, you're fighting for something that in your lifetime, if you're realistic about it, it won't even come to pass. You'll be dead. And you won't even experience your utopia.
Hey guys, I'm sorry to interject. I didn't realize it was like 2 a.m. I'm going to call it a night. I thought it was like 1.
Yeah, I'm about to call it a night too.
It is 1.
Have a good night, guys. Oh, wait. No, it's not, is it?
Well, here it's 1. Yeah, it's 2 where you are.
Well, that's your solipsist mind. I don't know, whatever. Funny joke. Haha, okay.
Get through to the Matrix.
Yeah.
All right, fine. Nice seeing you.
Have a good night.
What's up?
Next time.
Yeah, I'm gonna end the hangout.
Yeah, take this